Thank you, everybody. I will call the July 15th, 2025 Select Board meeting to order. I'm going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so I will go over the meeting overview real quick. 7:05, public comment for any items not included on the agenda. The exception to that is when there's a public hearing, so you can speak on both. Keeping it to 2 minutes, just be mindful of other neighbors' time if there's a ton of people who want to speak. Followed after that is the 7:15 town manager report, 7:20 a community spotlight, 7:25 is the public hearing to discuss and vote on the traffic amendments. At 7:55, the Eastern Gateway Priority Planning Update. 8:15, discuss potential override budget review. 8:35, discussion on proposed Montessori School at Matera Cabin. 8:55, discuss forming a water and sewer rate advisory committee. 9:05, discuss and vote on board and committee, and I didn't turn this on. Discuss and vote on board and committee FY26 budget request. 9:15, discuss communication tracking method. 9:20, select board liaison reports. 9:30 is future agendas. And 9:35 is discuss and vote to approve prior meeting minutes. And all votes will be roll call because Melissa Murphy is on Zoom. And with that, briefly, I just want to just address the Summer Ave fire that unfortunately happened last week, and just wanted to thank the Reading Fire Department and our community partners for helping out on that. I'm sure Matt might bring this up during his report, but it's very unfortunate what happened, but the best outcome is nobody was hurt, and they can always rebuild over there if they choose to. And I know this board and many others will be right there behind them if that's the route they're going to go. So thank you once again to the Reading Fire Department for that. And with that, I will open it up to public comment. I'll start off. I always forget your name. I know you at CPAC every time. Just name and address and try to keep it to 2 minutes. Jane will keep time. She plays a harp noise, so you'll know your 2 minutes are up.
All right. Maria Morgan, 26 Lee Street. I would like to express my dissatisfaction about the town unevenly disrupting education for students with disabilities by planning disruptive projects during the extended school year, commonly referred to as ESY, and not during the regular school year. Massachusetts law states facilities and classrooms serving only students with disabilities shall be at least equal in all physical respects to the average standards of general education facilities and classrooms. Resource rooms and separate classrooms for students with disabilities shall be given the same priority as general education programs for access to and use of instructional and other space in public schools in order to minimize the separation or stigmatization of eligible students. Current examples of Reading acting out of compliance with these guidelines are: first, resurfacing the Rise playground, and second, roadwork at Birch Meadow. Both projects significantly and disproportionately impact ESY, not just by impeding learning, but also by introducing risks to student, staff, and caregiver safety. Town planners should plan such projects when no children are in school, or at the very least give school personnel ample time and support to collaboratively develop contingency plans. It is unfair to educators who plan to use the playground to address IEP goals to take the playground away without ample notice to develop alternate plans so as to avoid violating Massachusetts law that dictates all eligible students shall have access to school facilities, including but not limited to those areas necessary to implement the student's IEP. The fact that the playground is unavailable for our youngest learners, who are ages 3 to 5, for 3 out of 5 weeks of their school program, and our older students do not have a safe place to be dropped off is unacceptable. The town's students with disabilities should have the same consideration as their peers who are in class during the school year. Reading is mandated to provide a free, appropriate public education to all of its students, including those with a legal right to an extended school year in order to get that education. The practice of scheduling disruptive projects only during ESY is discriminatory and must cease. I encourage the Select Board to use all of its authority to motivate town planners to work better with the schools and respect the published school calendar, which always includes the dates for ESY well in advance. I have personally seen school personnel work tirelessly to give equal consideration to all students and staff in Reading, and it should be clear that we parents expect all municipal leaders to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Anybody else? Yep, go ahead.
Is it okay if I still make a comment on the top same
Oh,
topic?
of course. Yep, just name and address, please.
Dilly Wilson, 376 West Street. I'm a CPAC board member. And I guess what we're hoping to bring up to the select board today is to consider our kids who are in the ESY when planning the projects. I know my little guy goes to RISE, and with disabilities, the playground is one of his goals, interacting with and learning how to play. They're in the 3 to 5 year group. And so we're hoping that the town and the school can work together to try and minimize so that our kids, the kids who are in ESY, receive the same consideration that other kids do during the school year, because for those in ESY, it is part of their school year, and it's so important so that they don't fall behind. So we know you have lots of other priorities when you schedule projects. We just hope that we're on that list of priorities when you consider timing. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne?
Do I have to wait till an agenda item to speak to it? I was a little confused by your info.
No, so public comments for any items not on the agenda. I mean, you can speak now, but then obviously you wouldn't have a second chance on the specific agenda item, unless it's the public hearing and all bets are off.
I'm here later for the FinCom, but I'm not speaking on behalf.
Okay.
So my name's Mary Ann Downing. I'm here, 13 Heather Drive, and I want to speak to the Matera cabin agenda item. And I'm addressing this to the select board members, the town manager, conservation committee members who are here. I appreciate your service, and none of what I'm going to say is a knock on anything you're doing. But I'm here tonight because I'm genuinely baffled and more than a little frustrated by what I've been reading in the packet and the conservation committee minutes. That seems to be a very silent or quiet attempt to hand over pretty much all use of the Matera cabin and much of the conservation land to a brand new private micro school called Mulberry Forest at what I consider to be a very unfair to the town financial rate that would make, quite honestly, 1970s minimum wages look generous. Let's start with the basics. Mulberry Forest was not even an incorporated entity when it went before the Conservation Commission. It was officially incorporated in May, not May of last year, May of this year. They may have run some small programs, but they've never run a full year school. They've never operated in Reading, and no one associated with this program, as far as I can tell, has any ties to our town. Yet somehow our conservation administrator and our Conservation Commission, which this select board appoints, appears to be proposing to let them use Matera cabin for 10 months, 5 days a week, 7 to 8 hours a day, for what the packet is saying is just over $9,000. That works out to about $6.45 an hour, far less than what we charge actual Reading residents, and nearly 3 times what Mulberry says in the packet that they're willing to pay. They want to pay only $3 to $5K for these same 10 months, which at the low end is about $2.08 an hour. Just for perspective, that's less than the federal minimum wage when JAWS came out 50 years ago. And it gets better. The proposal in the packet assumes that Mulberry will only need the building for 15 rainy days. 15. We had 11 rainy days in May. Boston averages 137 rainy days a year. In fact, Mulberry's own proposal says they will be indoors all winter, 3 months, and at any time when there's inclement weather. Let's be real. They're going to need this building a lot. They're going to want it at the drop of a hat. And they also want to store their stuff there 24/7 and get notified notified if anyone else wants to rent the space. They want to bring in 20 kids plus staff, close to the capacity of 20 to 30. They're basically taking over the building full time. Meanwhile, actual Reading nonprofits who need space, who need cheap rent, like our food pantry, our Mission of Deeds, they would love that kind of access at that rate. Are we offering it to them? Not to my knowledge. Oh, and did anyone on the Conservation Commission pick up that the outdoor school plans overlap with deer hunting season, which, by the way, is allowed in northern Bear Meadow from November 6th to October 6th to November 29th, directly next to Matera's trails, where bow hunting is allowed. What could possibly go wrong? So here's my ask. Town manager, assistant town manager, please direct your conservation administrator to withdraw this offer. Select board, please direct your employee, the town manager, to do the same, and I respectfully ask that you work with the Conservation Commission to ensure that our public lands and buildings are used responsibly, transparently, and in the best interests of both fiscally and socially for all of our Reading residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Marianne. Just make sure you time everything.
I forgot. Sorry.
Jane wasn't timing that time, so I had no clue how long it was.
I did tell you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room before I go to Zoom? Anybody on Zoom? I see a hand, but anybody else, Jackie, other than I see Liz with a hand?
Yep, we just have the one hand.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Liz.
Thank you. My name is Liz Leahy, 516 Haverhill Street. I'm the parent of a RISE student who attends summer camp at the high school from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and who is also on an IEP. And while my child doesn't qualify for extended school year programming, he still really benefits from the RISE camp and the use of the outdoor enclosed play space. I'm here to urge the select board and the town to take into account the unique needs of all students at the high school RISE location, but in particular, our extended school year students when planning and executing construction projects on school grounds. Extended school year services are not a privilege or an optional enrichment program. They are a legally protected component of special education under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which requires that students with disabilities who need extended school year services receive a free and appropriate public education, and they must be provided with those services beyond the regular school year. Extended school year services are designed to prevent substantial regression of skills and to help students maintain the progress they've worked so hard to achieve during the school year. For many families, there are no alternatives. Without extended school year, our children are at serious risk of falling behind. My child, for example, struggles with elopement. Outdoor play is a vital part of his summer school day, but doing so near a street without a fenced-in play area raises really significant safety concerns. Another mom at the RISE program sent me a picture of him sitting on the street today, and while he was listening and paying attention, I can't always promise that with his challenges, he'll be able to stay safe. These programs were planned with outdoor secure spaces in mind. If construction removes access to those spaces, the town needs to ensure that contractors are required within the contract to provide safe, enclosed alternatives for our children outdoors. At a minimum, I'm here to ask for better coordination between town project managers and the school district. Construction timelines and notice should not be driven by through availability alone. They must be planned with our most vulnerable learners in mind and communicated in a way that allows schools and families to plan for contingencies and to ensure our children's safety and access to education. Thank you for your time and attention to this really important matter.
Thank you, Liz. Anybody else online?
Not seeing any other hands.
Thank you. Sorry, it's Maddie tonight. I'm so used to Jackie. So thank you. Anybody else? Carla, I guess? 2 minutes. Name and address.
Carla Nazaro, 64 Lawrence Road. My comments will be to, in terms of construction times, it was planned to be during the summer for a reason. Right now at the high school, there are 3 construction projects going on. I'm actually very impressed that our facilities and engineering departments were able to get the contractors to be on school grounds doing school-related projects during the summer. The Rise preschool area right now was not suitable for ages 3 to 5. And the structure of it wasn't safe. It needed to be repaired. So in the hopes of having the least disruption to the community, it was done during the summertime. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Last chance online. All right.
Nobody else.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to town manager report with Matt.
Okay, thank you. So just to address the Rise preschool playground issue, since it came up tonight, and I'll agree with everything Carla said on that. These projects are done during the summer to be less disruptive. We bid this out and the bid came back very quickly. I mean, I think the bid was done June 26th. It was awarded June 30th. And so we were on a very tight time frame. We're on sort of contractor time once we enter down this path. I'm very appreciative of the work that CPAC does and what they do to protect our most vulnerable children. I'm very sympathetic to that. This playground needed work, and we worked with the school department hand in hand on this throughout the project. I talked to Dr. Milachevsky today, and he agreed. I mean, he was well aware, his people were aware, our people were aware, and we agreed that this was an appropriate time frame to do this. I apologize for the disruption. It will only be hopefully a few weeks, and then you'll have a newer playground there. And at some point, a lot of that equipment gets moved over to the Killam when the Killam is built. So I did send an email to the select board on it just to clarify when I knew this was coming up tonight. So I do apologize for the disruption, but it really could not be helped. And both the schools and the town are on the same page with this. So I just wanted to say that. I can move on to the remainder of the report now. So on June 28th, we had Porch Fest in various locations in Reading. I went to the few of the venues this year. It was a fun time, a little bit of rain, but a big thank you to Alan Folds and Ace Folds and the entire Porch Fest committee for, again, pulling this off this year. I think they had 90 performers. And I'm realizing that we have some really talented people in Reading as I go to these locations and hear people sing and play instruments. It's just incredible that this is all happening right in Reading. So I'm thankful for that. It's an event I don't miss every year. In terms of the curbside pickup of old trash and recycling containers, that's happening through July and August on Saturdays. You can check our website for the dates for your pickup times. We've told Republic not to take away old containers during the week. I guess there was an issue with that. They're well aware of that now. That won't happen, and we're working to replace some of the containers that were taken because residents could still use the old trash containers, although we encourage the new containers. So, but check the website for your dates throughout the summer.
Just to clarify real quick, so everyone knows, so there's no confusion.
Okay.
My trash is picked up on Fridays.
Yes.
Which means my trash gets picked up on Friday. And then that Saturday that's on your timetable, that is when they would take my barrels.
Yes.
So that everyone else can scale that out. If the trash is Wednesday,
right,
then on your schedule you have online, then that Saturday is when you would leave that out.
The Saturday. And it's online, so it's related to your trash pickup day, which Saturday you have. But in talking to DPW, it was very successful this Saturday. We had 75% of the people left their old bins out and were collected. So we're making a lot of progress there. And I'll also remind people, again, I've reminded them before, they can bring their own old trash containers to the DPW yard any day, Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 2:30, and just drop them off themselves if they prefer.
Thank
you. I'm happy to announce we have a new police sergeant. Noah Clark was sworn in this month. He's been with the department since 2021. He previously has served as our armorer and licensing officer since 2022. He's a great addition to the command staff, and I want to thank him for stepping up and congratulate him on his promotion. Also, big news today too. We completed the process to be a green community, finally, after many years of hard work by a lot of people. We will receive the official designation from the state at an event we're planning later in August. We have a couple dates that I've sent to the select board. That event will be held right here in Reading. We will actually receive the designation from state officials, so more information on that soon. And thank you to everybody involved. As I said, it took many years to complete, and so I see this as a major milestone for the town to finally be a green community. As we start to discuss budgets, we have an agenda item tonight that Sharon Angstrom, our CFO, will be discussing. I wanted to mention that we have scheduled our first financial forum of the season. That is going to be on September 17th, Wednesday night, 7 o'clock at the library with the Finance Committee, obviously Select Board and School Committee as well. And that will sort of formally kick off our budget process, although we're getting a head start this year by bringing things to the Select Board way ahead of time, but that'll be the official financial forum. We'll probably have a second one that we're working on scheduling as well. I spoke with the MBTA this week. They are scheduling a meeting with the Reading delegation and town staff over the next few weeks, probably by the end of July, to discuss their progress on the sound study, the air quality study, the traffic study, the site location study that we requested. After that, they want some feedback from the town and from the delegation. They will schedule a public meeting, which I've been asking for, and so the public will see the presentation and have their feedback heard. So that hopefully public meeting will be later this summer, early fall, and I'll keep you posted on when the date of the Reading delegation and MBTA meeting is to talk about this internally. Better communication with the public has been one of my goals for a long time. We want to build stronger connections with residents and improve how we communicate. And so we're embarking on a project to better understand residents' needs, interests, and how best to get the word out to town residents and about town resources and events and opportunities. So we have started a short communications survey, which people can find on our website. We also posted it on social media. It's a quick survey, only 10 questions. So we encourage the public to take that and let us know how we're doing, what we can improve on, if they want to see a different way to communicate, because communication is key. We want people to be in the know, and we want to hear that feedback from residents. So I'll end the report on that. Please send us your communication issues so we can work on better communication with residents.
That it?
That's it until community spotlight.
Jane, did you have anything or?
No, I have nothing.
Good. All right, so 7:20 community spotlight.
Okay, community spotlight. So today I wanted to shine a little bit of a spotlight on teamwork. And Chris, I know you touched on this, but on July 9th, our fire department responded to a large structure fire at 186 Summer Ave. This was a large, complicated incident that rose to 3+ alarms. The fire started at 1 a.m. and took several hours to extinguish. I'm extremely proud of the incredible hard work of our fire department and our mutual aid partners on this. They were there all night. I didn't show up until morning after everything was done, but I could see all the hard work that went into it. Our chief himself was out there fighting the fire and was pretty exhausted after the event. So I want to thank them. But also, like I said, teamwork. We had an extraordinary amount of teamwork from other town departments. So the police department did a fantastic job keeping the scene safe, and they used their drone. We have a drone team in Reading. I don't know if everybody knows that, to look to see if there were any hot spots. So you fly the drone above the building and you can see what's smoking and smoldering. Our DPW was crucial in helping with the fire investigation afterwards and also increasing safety on the scene. And I'm told they removed a large amount of water that had collected under the structure and helped there. And also our mechanical division kept all the vehicles operating so that the fire could be put out. So the importance of this in cooperation, it's not found everywhere, and I can't overstate how lucky we are in Reading to have these departments working together on an issue like this. The fire did not spread to other houses in the historic district, preventing possible property damage or even injury. So I want to thank everybody, all the town employees who answered the call on that. They really did yeoman's work. And one final note for business congratulations. I want to congratulate Bunratty Tavern on their 10th anniversary in Reading. They opened 10 years ago, shortly after I started here in Reading, and I remember Eilish and her staff hustling to get everything ready for the grand opening, and we were working on getting permits approved here, and it was such a big deal that they were coming to Reading. That was 10 years ago. I can't believe that. So congratulations, and I understand that just this week, Bunratty's was featured on the TV show Phantom Gourmet, and I think you can find a video of that online. I watched it myself. It's a nice 5-minute video. So again, a big congratulations to Eilish and Bunratty's for all they've accomplished, and wish you many more years of success here in Reading. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. And I didn't know a lot of what happened at the fire either until what you just explained. So I'm really appreciative of everybody that assisted.
Thank you.
All right, so 7:25, right on time, is the public hearing, discuss and vote on traffic amendments. Do I have a motion to open the hearing, Karen?
Motion to open the hearing on traffic amendments. Second.
Does she have to read the?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to read the notice. Go for it.
Read the notice.
To the inhabitants of the town of Reading.
So I'm going to turn your microphone.
It's on.
Oh, never mind then.
Reminded me.
No, thank you, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. I wanted to, just before we started the hearing, there is a truck in the parking lot trying to remove a dumpster from the parking lot. And there are 3 vehicles blocking, just from the angle. And so if it's all right with you, there's a dumpster in the parking lot that's not supposed to be there. And so they're here to remove it. It's not related to the town. And there are 3 Toyota sedans that are parked in the way. And if anybody has happened to be in this meeting that might be there, parked against the back of the parking lot, it'd be great if you could move. I think we have room now in the parking lot. Staff have gone home. So thank you very much. I apologize.
No worries. No, we don't want people getting towed.
Oh, well, yeah.
No one's going to get towed.
Dumpster out of there.
To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the Town of Reading will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room at Town Hall, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. We're also available remotely on Zoom to act on proposed changes to the following traffic and parking regulations. Amendment number 2025-6, limit parking between the hours of 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekdays from August 25th through June 30th without a Barrows neighborhood resident or Barrows school facility permit. Amendment number 2025-7, limit parking on the following streets without a Barrows neighborhood resident permit: Arcadia Avenue, Edgemont Avenue, Stewart Road, Shelby Road, Monroe Avenue, Garrett Road, and Arnold Avenue. Amendment number 2025-8, limit parking a vehicle between the hours of 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. on weekdays from August 25th through June 30th on sections of Longwood Road. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be in the Select Board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing in person or remotely via Zoom, or may submit their comments in writing or by email to townmanager@readingma.gov by the order of Matthew Cornelis, Town Manager.
Thanks, Karen. So who is going to be presenting this, Matt?
This is Deputy Amendola,
You snuck in.
Deputy Chief Amendola.
Oh,
Good evening, Deputy Chief Amendola. I wasn't going to plan on doing our whole presentation unless you need me to discuss it again. The only updates I was going to give you, some of you noticed that we had said placard or sticker, and some people said it was kind of complicated. So at our police department, we plan to do both. If somebody wants a sticker permanently, they're in that neighborhood all the time, they can get a sticker. If they want a placard, especially for the teachers, they can interchange that. So we'll offer both to the residents. I was able to talk to Austin Prep today about the construction that they are planning and where they're at and when that's going to start. They hope to start the extra parking lot spaces around August 23rd. And they said their contractor will try to do it as soon as possible. The earliest they would see it finished is November. So I always like to add several months to any construction project. So I definitely think we're going to get into some of the winter months, and that's why we have to act now to make the Barrows neighborhood safe. I've heard nothing since the last meeting opposed to that area, except for today, the letters that you received. Some other areas that we've heard requested to also be kind of added to this or have some type of regularization was West Hill Circles asking to maybe have at least one side parking only. I know there's residents from Selfridge Road that also have problems. We're trying to look at everything and not restrict every road. I was trying to keep it mostly to the Barrows neighborhood because that's where we have the safety problem with students in school and the most traffic. Longwood is very narrow, so that's why we asked for that. West Hill Circle's kind of the same thing. We would have to put signage on front lawn, so we were trying to maybe not do that, but if that's what the residents would want. But again, we don't know how far to keep pushing it out because they're gonna go somewhere. Selfridge Road is pretty wide. The problem there more is the trespassing through the backyards, and that's something we're gonna have to start out early in the summer, start of school year to get a hold of. So that's just where we're at with that project.
Point of information. Is there any way, we have a lot on our agenda tonight and we cannot see the speaker, or the folks at home cannot see the speaker at the podium. Is there any way we can shift the camera, or, because if we pull this forward, we block you. So I don't want to do that, but I'm good. Karen doesn't mind being blocked.
So wait, what's happening? You can't see Amendola? I think that's on here, but remotely it's different. Here we're seeing lots of people, but maybe on our CTV it's just a dedicated person. I think this is just confusing. It's never like this remotely.
When the person's speaking, the camera focuses on the person.
It should be.
Remotely.
All right, I'll pull it up and check. Okay, thanks.
Yes. No, we definitely don't want 4 squares being brought.
No, I don't think it's 4 squares. I'm just worried that the speakers, including residents and Deputy Chief Amendola, are off camera because the camera's not quite pointed correctly.
I can confirm that we cannot see the speaker at the podium on Zoom.
On Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay. Zoom.
So that is what they're seeing. So on Zoom.
Okay.
Okay.
So who controls Zoom in here? Is that us?
So actually, hi, I just want to clarify, if you pin, there's 2 different views in the room right now. You can actually pin one of the screens. So if you see, it says Town Hall Select Board Room, if you click and you hover on the top right of that image on your Zoom, you can do replace pin. And so you can see the Deputy Chief, or you can change it to see the group.
Yep, you're accurate. Yep, that's spot on.
And if I could address maybe some of the things the letters had said today about we don't have any other type of resident parking besides downtown. We do have several areas in town that are Reading resident stickers, but that's because they're close to the tennis courts or Memorial Park, where we kind of felt we needed to leave it open to the public. I don't see the Barrows neighborhood and Arcadia Ave as something that needs to remain open. And again, this was for the school traffic safety, so that's why this would be the first time we would want the residential only in that area. Also because we don't know how many students from Austin Prep live in Reading, and I think they would devise a plan to get all the cars with the Reading stickers onto that road and switch out. So that's why this was proposed, not for the regular Reading sticker, but its own sticker and placard.
Carla?
Sorry, lost my train of thought. Come back to me. I lost my train of thought. Oh, I got it back, sorry.
Success.
Did the construction get moved up? I thought it was next year.
They were saying that depending upon money, they could start it soon or next year. So it looks like they're started. We talked to them today.
Okay.
They said they're starting their driveway first and then getting to those extra spaces.
And how many spots are they gonna add?
I believe it was in the 90s, and it's still, it wasn't enough still, but it's a lot more, yes.
Okay, all right, I thought it was next year, so that's good news. Thank you.
Anybody else before I open to the public? Karen?
Sure. Thank you for that, and that is good news. I'm glad you were able to reach out to them. So, one alternative, if we're able to confirm that they're really gonna get going, that this could be more of a temporary solution than permanent solution, because, the residents really have to be concerned with this problem to ask for more signs on their lawns. And, the residents of that neighborhood, in my mind, that's where you live, and these aren't main streets, these aren't Franklin streets, they're not double yellow lines. So I have a concern. I have a concern that we need to prioritize the residents on those roads. But if Austin Prep is able to really make good on this promise, then, that could be a potential opportunity to address some of the other concerns.
I mean, I hope that this is temporary anyways, no matter how we enact it, that someday, and I'll be back here asking you to rescind it all. The plan was to make more larger signs at the beginning of each road, not the regular signage every 10, 20 feet. So make bigger signs at the beginning and hit it heavy with enforcement to the students at the beginning of the year. So they're well aware they can't park there.
And over at Green Street, over there, in that area, there's not special resident parking over there. It's still open to resident-only parking. They don't have their own specific area section parking like we're about to do here.
No.
So
It is, Bancroft Ave has resident parking only because they didn't want like the baseball and the sports teams there. Harrison Ave is another one that has certain times with resident parking sticker only. There's only one other neighborhood in town, Gould Street, that has a house that has 2 dedicated spaces, and that's just something very old.
So this would be a first in Reading where we are making it now isolated to that section, because that's the biggest complaint that obviously we got today, which it's, I'm not saying it's a little hard to pivot or make decisions based off emails that we got today, but it seems to be a issue, obviously. And I can kind of see where they're coming from. You live in Reading, you should be able to park wherever you want in Reading. And if there's a specific sticker that you can't get somewhere, we're now setting the precedent for that, as opposed to everywhere else where we can do whatever we want with. You have a like I have the resident and the depot sticker, a business thing, I can park wherever I want. I have no worries. But now, even I can't park over there, which is...
It's taken me 2 years to believe in this as well, that it's needed in this neighborhood. I have always been of this is public streets. Sorry, we'll make it as safe as possible. But I don't think the Reading regular sticker will help their neighborhood. That's why this is the first time I've ever been on board with it as well. And again, I hope it's temporary.
I guess the saving grace is that if they are actually going to go ahead and move up their parking to being, because I'm on board with Carlo, I thought this thing was next year or not even maybe even happening for 2 years. So if they're serious and this is only an inconvenience in the beginning, I mean, I guess it makes it a little easier for everybody, obviously. But obviously we'll open it up to the public so you can see what everyone else has to say. Unless you had something, Melissa, before I do that.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. If anyone would want to speak, just to... Sure.
Do you know what the emails were in regards to? Were they Austin Prep parents?
It's people that live in Reading that want to be able to park in the areas that are over there that now are being restricted from being able to park there. So take, for example, me, which it's not me, but I will not actually be able to park over there if this gets enacted, whereas other people can that live there, which obviously makes more sense, I agree, but that's kind of the seminal.
I just find it interesting because I...
Would you come to the podium, please?
I just find that interesting.
Name and address, please.
Sorry, Kristen Hagstrom, 53 Arcadia. I just find that interesting because I work nights, so I'm in my neighborhood. I have a dog. I walk my dog around that neighborhood. The only people that park on our neighborhood besides Austin Prep are literally the residents, if they can even get a spot on the street. So I don't know who, we have the Barrow School, we have a unique neighborhood, everything that Christine said, I 100% agree with. It's a unique situation. This has gotten incredibly terrible over the past few years because of the school basically admitting to taking on more students than they can handle. They're overcrowded. They're doing it for money. It's $36,000 a year to go there. I watched their meeting. They said they had no funding for their parking. It was going to cost $2 million and $5 million for the other part of the project. They had no funding in process for that yet, that they were going to have to start that funding. They said that at their last meeting, and they originally submitted that in 2019. So I don't believe anything Austin Prep says. If you look at the parking that they're proposing, it doesn't say anywhere it's student specific. So how do we know they're even going to use it for students, that extra parking that they're using? They don't have parking for parents. They don't have parking for visitors. They don't have parking for like when there's the huge games and everything and they're really trying to promote their sports. There's nowhere to park there. When they have their graduation, they're literally taking over our entire street because they don't have any parking and they only allow 2 tickets. The prom, everything. I don't live in the city for a reason, and besides that factor, it is completely unsafe. I've seen children nearly get taken out by Austin Prep kids on their phone. I've talked to the kids directly. They don't listen. They don't care. I've literally paroled the street because I get home and I worked like every night last year. I get home right when they're parking on the street. They are dangerous drivers. They've almost taken out children. This needs to be addressed, and I understand that it might be frustrating, but I think that what is being proposed makes the most sense. Austin Prep has refused to work with the town. They've been given many options that they've declined, and I don't believe anything that they say. And I watched their conservation meeting, and you know, I don't believe what they're saying. So I also think that they're not being completely honest with how many kids they have that want to park.
Could I just ask you a follow-up question? So when you mentioned that they had a meeting, you're referring to the conservation meeting, not an Austin Prep specific.
No, they had a meeting regarding what they wanted to do with the softball field and the parking with conservation, and I listened to it. And Dr. Hickey said right then and there, and that was, I don't even know, was that May? They had no funding for this project, that it was going to be $2 million for the parking, and now they're saying, oh yeah, we've got the money, we're going to break ground. When he, you know, they originally submitted that in 2019. So you didn't plan, you haven't like been trying to get funding. They have an Austin Prep fund. They have money. They did various things. If you look on their webpage, you can see all the things they've done, and they put the money towards. They're not putting it towards parking because they're using Arcadia as a parking lot. They don't care about our children. They don't care about the kids that walk to school. I've literally seen small little baby children almost get taken out in the crosswalk by teenagers. I am in healthcare. I know what can happen if the kid gets hit. And telling you, these kids are going 40 miles an hour down the street. Austin Prep has a strict rule for their parking with their kids. If their kids don't follow the speed limit, they idle, they pass the buses, whatever, they lose their parking. I tell them, they say, oh, we can't do anything. Oh, yeah, oh, well. They don't care that they're going to take out a kid in the crosswalk, but they'll take that kid's parking away if they don't follow the rules on their campus, but we can just like have it be the wild, wild west on Arcadia. It's not right. And it's a unique neighborhood, and I really think this will push Austin Prep to actually break ground like they claim they're going to do.
Thank you. Just name and address, please.
Bob Sherman, I live at 43 Arcadia Ave. I live so I have total view of that crosswalk, and I've seen some near misses. About 38 years ago, I came upon an accident where a little kid was hit, and I never want to see that again. And that child did not make it. And I just don't want to have to go through that again. So I'm for the placard program. That's what's going to work. But there's one thing I want to mention. You're talking about the new parking lot they're putting in, 94 additional spaces. And I wasn't really prepared to speak tonight, but there is a piece that talks about how many kids they have, how many teachers they have, how many parking spots they have. And with the 94, they still have like 60 spaces for kids that the kids are gonna have to park someplace else. Arcadia Ave is the easiest place for them to go. And usually we see 45 cars lined up in front of our houses. That's what's causing the issue with the speeding. So I'm just saying, that's not gonna solve the problem. So if that's what you're waiting for to solve the problem, and they're trying to bring in more kids too. So we're still gonna have the issues if you don't vote this in. So I'm hopeful that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? And then I'll go online after her.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Jeanette Vigorito. I'm a resident at 10 Timothy Place in Reading, and I just wanted to share a quick thought about the parking permit discussion. I respectfully request that the board consider any parking permit policy allows for all Reading residents to access, not just those in a particular neighborhood. That could be as simple as one permit per household. As a taxpayer, as well as a contributor to the town's infrastructure, I feel I should have equal access to all public ways. Limiting parking permits to only residents to one area unfairly excludes all other residents who also live there, support the community, and abide by local rules, or who even visit, friends that live in those neighborhoods. We could be having a get together, a party during the week, whatever it is. We should not be penalized for the action. Limiting parking only to residents excludes others, and we should not be penalized for the actions of non-residents or a few individuals who may have violated the parking policies. In conclusion, I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, but more importantly, thank you for considering a fair and inclusive approach to all Reading residents.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room before I go on Zoom? Maddie, anybody on Zoom want to speak?
I don't see any hands, but I see one person unmuted.
Yes, is that me?
Yes, iPhone 45. Name and
Yes,
address.
sorry. I don't have a hand on this, I'm sorry. Margaret Nelson and Robert Nelson, we live on 63 Edgemont Avenue. I want to commend Deputy Chief Amendola on her work on this project. We've been working together for 2 years to try to alleviate this problem, to keep our kids safer at Barrows. I don't think unless you live there, you can actually appreciate the mess that this traffic situation has been over the last couple of years. It really puts our children at risk, the Barrows kids at risk, and it's very, very, very scary. I am in a total agreement with this parking permit, resident permit thing. I just have concerns, which I did email a town manager about. One, that it's not going to cost us anything. Two, how is it going to be enforced? And three, the Barrows school parents, will they have access to some kind of sticker, which I think Chief Amendola addressed with a placard. So if other resident wants to park there, if they could get a placard at the police station for no cost, I don't see it as an issue at all, and I think it's a wonderful idea. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? Anyone else in the room before we close the hearing? So Karen, can
I could take it, if I may, I just want to say something. So I spoke personally with Dr. Hickey last week, and he assured me that he is moving forward with the parking there. He knows that that's not going to be quite enough, and 90+ spaces will help, but not get us all the way there. So I suggest a combination. We go with the Austin Prep's parking solution, but also have the placards because there will be overflow into that neighborhood. So, but he has been responsive to me, and he's well aware of the issue. He's gotten a lot of the same calls we have. He couldn't be here tonight, but I told him that I would mention that we had spoken. So.
Thanks, Matt.
Am I allowed to comment again on something that's been
As long as it's 30 seconds, I'll give you an exception.
So, Kristen Hagstrom, 53 Arcadia. Dr. Hickey is in here for a reason, okay? He can break ground and prove that he's serious. He said in May he had no money. I don't believe anything he says. I'm still willing to bet he's gonna start on those softball fields before the parking. And it still doesn't say it's student parking, okay? And it still doesn't it doesn't cover the amount of students that drive there.
Yeah, and he realizes that, but it's not going to solve the entire
No, he just
problem.
doesn't do anything about it.
Okay.
All right, Karen.
Can I just speak for a minute as well?
Well, we'll close the hearing, and then I'm going to go around the board again.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So Karen, can I get a motion to close the hearing?
Move to close the hearing regarding traffic amendments 2025-6, 2025-7, and 2025-8. Second.
Seconded by Karen. Any discussion? Roll call vote, Melissa. You're muted.
Yes, sorry.
Carlo?
Yes.
Karen Hunter? Yes. Karen Rose Gillis? Yes. Chris Haley, yes. The public hearing is closed. So I'll start off with Melissa. You wanted to speak?
I'll pass. I'll pass right now.
It's probably a good thing. Carlo?
I guess, Chief Amendola, if you could, so have you looked at that grid? And when this gets enacted and enforced, where are these kids gonna go?
Well, that's why I'm saying that our first focus is on the safety of the Barrows neighborhood, and then we're gonna have to take it piece by piece after that. And if the street is wide enough to allow their parking and there's no kids at the same time, no parents picking up and dropping off at the same time, then we're just gonna have to try to be there for enforcement and how they drive. But the bigger concern in this neighborhood was the parents coming and going at the exact same time, all the students. So that's why we have to focus on this, and then we'll have to see where they go and if they can park on both sides. If we have to come back here to ask you to restrict things, we can do an emergency temporary thing for up to 30 days if we need to. No parking on a certain side.
Okay, I guess I've never had a student over in Austin Prep. I've been there for a few games, but never really scrutinized the area. And if anyone in the room can answer this, you're telling me as of today, they can't fit 30, 40 cars on grass or a curb, like anywhere?
They refuse to. I mean, they can. We've asked them to. I think they can use their whole right-hand lane, and then they'll come back and say, oh, our safety people said you can't, or our fire safety people say you can't. I'm like, well, we didn't say it, but he's telling me they won't do it. There's certain reasons why they won't go on the grass, why they won't use the right-hand turn lane. Oh my God, you don't need 2 exits. I don't care if traffic's backed up in your own place. So they won't do any of that we've asked.
Yeah, and this is my point. This has been so aggravating to deal with this. It's not fair to this board. It's not fair to these residents. It's not fair to that neighborhood. And the fact that Dr. Hickey or anyone from the school has shown up here once to answer our questions is a shame. So I hope you give out as many tickets as you can that we're allowed to do, because they've never tried to solve this problem on their own. And now we're making more work for us, more work for staff, more work for the police, and it's just not fair. And I don't know if any of them are watching, but this is a disgrace for a private school of that stature to have this borne on us and the residents. So I know we can't make them do anything, but I just hope we can give as many tickets as we can and have cars towed. I really don't care at this point. This is just awful. Awful that we have to deal with this and take up an hour of our meeting for that BS. Thanks.
Either Karen?
I'm just gonna say I concur.
Karen concurs with Carlin.
I was gonna say the same thing.
That's,
You should enjoy tonight.
Look at that. Let's go play the lottery. I guess I'm gonna make it a foursome at this point. I am an equal opportunity criticizer. If I am gonna sit in this chair and criticize somebody for not showing up to meetings ever, I mean, they did to one of them, but still, to not show up, it's the same thing here. Dr. Hickey has never showed up in here. I haven't seen him on any conservation meetings, none of these things.
Chris, can I just interrupt for 1 second? I'm sorry. So I also spoke to Dr. Hickey about this because I just want to say I'm in full support of the residents in the Barrows neighborhood, and this has to stop. But I also did speak to Dr. Hickey, and as like I've said before, my daughter does go to Austin Prep. She will have her license, so I just want to make that known. But I asked him if he was coming, and he said that he told Matt he would come, but Matt said he didn't need to be there. So I'm just throwing that out there before we start criticizing people. We, as the board, did not invite him to the meeting, which, whether that's appropriate or not, but when he said he would come, he said Matt said he didn't need to be there.
I guess, Matt.
So I did, like I said, I had a conversation with Dr. Hickey. We talked about this meeting. And he said he did not want to come to the meeting. He said, I don't want to quote him, but he knew it was going to be, a very difficult meeting. But he was, supportive of what we were doing. He said, you can come or not come. There's no way we can make you come. It's up to you. I left it with that one. Now, that's my recollection of that. I didn't say you can't come. I didn't say you have to come. I said it's up to you.
No, he when I spoke with him, he knew that he was walking into a situation that people were upset with him, rightfully so. Right. But he said he would have come, but he felt like that you said that he didn't need to be here. So I just wanted to.
If that was his understanding, he misunderstood. I called him to let him know about the meeting. I sent him over the public hearing notices so he knew, so he couldn't say, why are you having this meeting without inviting me? We talked about, are you coming to the meeting? At first he said something about like a firing squad or whatever, you know, like I said, I don't want to quote him directly. That's my recollection. I understand. I said, it's up to you. I said, you don't have to come. You certainly are free to come. It's up to you. But I didn't say you couldn't come to the meeting or you shouldn't come. I don't know that I even said
I didn't say.
You don't have to. We had just agreed at that point that he can do what he wants. I wasn't sure walking in tonight if he or members of Austin Prep would be here or not. But that's fair. So and it was a private discussion between him and I on the phone, but that's my recollection of the discussion. So.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I guess this just makes things so much more interesting. But like, I guess if he was here, he'd be able to answer to it. I don't know what to say at this point.
Let's vote.
I think, yeah, it's more along the lines where I know we got the emails today, and I was kind of hesitant to just wide sweeping do what we were going to do, and then all of a sudden we get a slot of emails that, you know, another angle that I didn't consider myself. But hearing that it's allegedly, in very direct air quotes, going to start breaking ground potentially next month, I'm apt to vote this in now. I would just like to say, if it is delayed, where it's next year or something, perhaps we have to take into other considerations that the other residents were making, and maybe on a case-by-case, you know, anyone can go down and get a permit, local thing, and we can handle it as needed, something like that in the future. But you just have to tell Matt or you know, send us an email that they're breaking ground in August, things are moving on, and then we don't have to, you know, worry at that point.
Will do.
Hopefully that's the case. So yes, for me, I'm ready to vote on this as well. Last chance, anyone else? Karen, can I have a motion for the three, each one by one?
Motion to approve amendment 2025-6 to the traffic and parking regulations as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Melissa?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Karen Herrick?
Yes.
Karen Rose Gillis? Chris Haley, yes. 5-0. Next.
Move to approve amendment 2025-7 to the traffic and parking regulations as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none. Melissa? You're muted.
Yeah, sorry.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Carlo?
Yes.
Karen Herrick?
Yes.
Karen Rose Gillis?
Yes.
And Chris Haley, yes. 5-0.
Move to approve amendment 2025-8 to the traffic and parking regulations as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none. Melissa?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Karen Herrick?
Yes.
Karen Rose Gillis?
Yes.
And Chris Haley, yes. 5-0. Thank you.
That with the police department, we'll get a letter out to every resident that it's affected, and we'll explain to them how we're going to move forward with it by this month.
And like I said, just keep us updated if you see some patterns evolving or complaints or tweaks you can make. Absolutely. Karen?
Yeah, I would love, could you potentially invite us when we find out when the big opening day is? Because I'd be happy to take a ride over there and take a look at the situation.
For the parking permit to start or the Austin Prep? I'm sorry.
Opening day, like when typically, like.
Oh, school opening, I believe it's September 3rd for Austin Prep, but I'll keep you posted.
Okay, because they have a bunch of dates on their calendar, but
Yeah,
I'd be
that's
happy
what I
to
was
go
trying
over
to
and
look
take a
at real
look. I
quick.
haven't had a chance to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Eastern Gateway, computer's locked. Yep. 7:55, oh, we're only 3 minutes over. Andrew, Eastern Gateway Priority Planning Update, page 11 of the packet.
Thank you, Select Board, for having me tonight. I'm Andrew McNichol, the Community Development Director for the town of Reading. I believe there are a few slides. Maddie, you're probably pulling those up now. Great, thank you. So we can go ahead right to the next slide there. So tonight we wanted to give you an update and a quick refresh on this area and this project and its process with the previous work to date and the work that is ongoing under the current scope and contract. If I can quickly start with just a few thank yous. First and foremost to my staff and my peers in Olivia and Kevin, our senior planners, who have done significant work to date, asking the right questions, building out the right processes, taking the right notes and understandings away from our conversations. Secondly, to form in place our lead architectural consultant on this, specifically Michael Wang, their lead who's been working with us. He is very thorough, he is very easy to work with. He is on the Zoom tonight in case there are any specific questions for him and his experience or the process to date as well. Also in JM Goldson and Austin for their help and engagement support to date. And then I'd like to thank the steering committee who will discuss tonight and their work throughout the process to date. But they've been committed in a lot of great discussions. So just wanted to start with those thank yous. So tonight, again, we'll go over some examples, the work to date and our next steps. I'll try to be quick and thorough at the same time. Maddie, if we can go to the next slide, please. So just to set the stage for the context for those unfamiliar with what we have deemed the Eastern Gateway going back 5 to 6 years ago, the image on the screen is a strong piece of the existing industrial district in town. Walker's Brook is to the plan right, downtown is to the plan northwest, Ash Street and South Main Street are to the southwest. The general context of the area, it is the existing industrial zone. There's about 60 to 65 acres highlighted there in that screen, significant portion, about 40 acres on what we call the north side of the district. The district's split between the commuter rail line, and there's significant access challenges to each, which is why we almost consider them as two different sub-districts between the north and the south. However, both maintain large commercial parcels. Everything is commercial in the area to date, commercial and light industrial. But this is the area of focus for the current scope of work. So if we can go to the next slide, Maddie. Just to set the stage on previous work and how we got here. This area has been highlighted in context as far back as the Economic Development Action Plan, which was built in 2016. Two areas highlighted as what were deemed priority development areas, which led to the process in 2019, if you remember, what was called Reimagine Reading at the time, working with Gamble Associates in that iteration to engage the community on the opportunity to reimagine that area and what could be possibly presented there in future development scenarios. That did take a pause, obviously, in the 2020 to 2021 pandemic. We refocused on downtown and business support, other priority areas during that time. And then just through that process, right, downtown zoning changes and MBTA communities and other really took precedent. But we did keep this in mind as we tackled forward. So there was a refreshment in 2022 at the Economic Development Summit at that time. And then there's been some ongoing right-of-way and corridor designs associated with that area from 2021 to the present, which all really led to the scope of work that we're acting under to date, which is funded through a housing choice grant of about $100,000 and then some local contributions as well. So that's funding this process, and we're continuing the effort based on those previous efforts with a little bit more significance in this case. If you can go to the next slide, please. So just for a refreshment, back in 2019, this was an example presented from Gamble Associates based on the public feedback during that process. What it's highlighting is general uses at the highest level, both existing and desired in the community that we heard from the date. Again, it's really high level at that bubble-like information, but that was the intent of that process, get the high level priorities and feedback. Things have changed since then, but just keep this image in mind as we go forward. You can head to the next slide, please. So in this scope of work and in this effort, again, we're building upon and expanding these previous efforts to date, and really with the ultimate goal to build a framework for future considerations that are directly related to zoning allowances and infrastructure. What this is a very publicly engaging process. It's completely conceptual and visual right now, right? A lot of visuals to help support community conversations that Michael is helping us build. really to understand what's characteristic and fitting both in Reading as a whole and in the general area and geography. So reflecting on the area, identifying the local needs and wants to the next level, and then putting them on paper to see how we can act towards those things. We're tasked with doing the existing conditions analysis, zoning analysis of existing bylaws and regulations, and really predominantly the conceptual build-outs and test fits, which is what Michael has been brought on to do and is doing a great job building out for us, that we can take to the community, engage as a whole, and find out what's appropriate and maybe what's not, and where is our appetite, because this is a significant opportunity for zoning in relation to that, but also with significant considerations for the town. And so that's why it's really important to make sure that as much feedback, both from the general public and town leadership and yourselves, is really drastic and super important to this process. What this is not, and I want to make it clear, is actual development proposals. Once we release drawings on private land and things, right, people can get confused, or it's a challenge to say, this is not the development that is being proposed, but it's informing the zoning allowances to possibly encourage something close to it in the future. This process in and of itself is not a full zoning proposal. Nothing's coming to town meeting this year. This is really to help CPDC understand zoning priorities for the area if they would like to act on it, which then further informs you guys, town meeting, and the general public as well. So we can head to the next slide, please. Just some quick examples. This one is a district plan process. You can see the bubbles here. This is Belchertown in a district master plan that they built with form in place. So you can see the bubbles here, almost similar to the slide we had with the 2019 work with Gamble Associates. Started at this high level use identification, where were they, where are they, where can they go? And if you head to the next slide, this was the ultimate result of that process, right? That got down to the more technical level, that started to get into building placements, access points, and the real intensity that it could promote and have in a district. So that's the ultimate process we're getting towards here, which is why I caution again, like, that's not an actual development application, neither is ours, but they're meant to inform community conversations. If you can go to the next slide. These quick examples are really just to get the brains thinking on site capacity. On the north side of the district, General Way and some of the existing areas, like I mentioned, it's about 40 acres on that side. So as an example, Dascombe Road in Andover, which many might be familiar with, is a 15-acre site with about 600,000 square feet of usable area between residential and commercial. For context, our existing site holds 300,000 square feet. Dascombe Road is about 15 acres of general area, so a little bit smaller than that north side of the district, but again, significant opportunity for what could be one day if that's where the town wished to go. If you head to the next slide, this is a more local example. Linfield Marketplace, many might be familiar with and enjoy going to. Linfield Marketplace is a bit bigger. It's about 90 plus acres. First are 60, 65 in the entire area, and we did rotate it to fit. But again, just to get the brain thinking about like the site capacity and what could be held there in a future scenario. You can go to the next slide. So just to summarize some of the existing uses, again, that north side of the district, which is home to the Market Basket, General Way, Stop and Shop, Petrucci's and Longhorns. It's about 350,000 square feet of existing commercial area, almost 3/4 of which is that one General Way site alone. So significant parcel there and significant opportunity, potential, and existing uses there and strong existing businesses. It is mostly single-story variety retail on that side of the district, which is why some of that square footage and the floor area ratio trends a little lower. But it does house that anchor use, right? Those grocery uses, so important to Reading, so important to maintain in any future scenario, because those are our only local grocers to date. And we've been talking through that. There is high turnover and some vacancy in the area, both in General Way and across the area. really, as we talked through with property owners, the lack of street faces and visibility is a challenge for business in that site. If you're not from Reading, you don't really know it's there. Besides Market Basket, there's not a lot of attraction there, so it's been a challenge to maintain. And that's something we can hope to try to solve in policy and regulations. The south side is home to RMLD campus and some more light industrial uses. The DPW is located over there, Frayne Corporation, Barbas Trucking. A little different in terms of the lots and lot sizes and their ownership, but still well worth considering in this process and with the community at large. We can go to the next slide, please. So qualitatively, both in previous efforts and the effort to date, I just want to express at the high level what we're hearing. Back in 2019, we heard components desired around compact development, transitionary development, scalable development, but a lot of strong feedback on enhancing walkability and connectivity to the area, cultural and public placemaking events that is just lacking right now, the ability to attract and retain businesses and market this as a destination and market Reading as a whole as a destination from the commercial side, those public-private partnerships for open space right-of-way, other. We've held to date an open house kickoff, which was held in late December, mid-December of 2024 to kick off this scope of work in this process. We engaged around some of the priorities we heard in those previous efforts to see what was being reinforced and what was new thoughts. We did hear a lot of similar thoughts in terms of, but really expanded upon now, trending towards those mixed uses, right? Mix of uses being residential, commercial, light industrial to sustain. Those connectivity improvements remain a high priority. Integration of open spaces, the area just does not have any green space. I think it's 90% impervious area right now, and even that 10% left, I wouldn't call it green space. So we've heard about that, the diversity of buildings and types, again, that transition from commercial to residential, important. And of course, as always with zoning and new development, right, there is a lot of questions around what that means for the town at large, its public services, does it have impact, how do we solve those concerns and mitigate those concerns as we move forward. All good conversations to have. We did then release a public survey based off of the open house feedback. It had about 200 to 300 responses. We would have loved 500 plus, but we're using it at least to continue to inform the priorities. It took an extra step in terms of priority in these significant areas. But again, reinforce the idea of creating new mixed use, pedestrianization, community use in the area. And then those connection points remain a significant concern and a significant challenge to be able to get to and from the area. Next slide, please. So we are working with the resident steering committee that was established to help this process, both in its understanding of the discussions that we need to hold and the engagement. We have representatives from the planning board, the climate committee, and the finance committee, as well as general residents. We do have a select board representative that I know happened a little bit in an atypical fashion. Karen was on and then was elected to the select board, but we are very happy with the committee to date. The conversations, I think, have been very strong. There's been other general residents welcome to attend, and they've asked questions on the topic, the process, the plan, and I think it's really helped inform a lot of community conversations around this. We've had a general variety of topics to date, starting at general streetscape and placemaking opportunities, that commercial space, the needs and challenges in the commercial development sector, transit and connections, layout and space, et cetera, but also strongly working with them to inform the engagement practice, which we'll get to in the next steps. You can go ahead to the next slide. So this is just an early example of how the process can start to evolve, right? We take the site and at the conceptual level start thinking, what are possible access points both out of the site and in the site that we can try to foster in future regulations and promote for? And then based around that, where can the buildings go? Where can the open space go? Where can anchors go? What's the scale from one side to the other? How does this really start to foster a development scenario in different intensities and different allowances. And so we've been working towards building some concepts in and around thought exercises like this that we're hopeful to narrow down, bring to the larger community in some focus areas to really engage with the community as a whole, get some reactions to it, understand the concerns around them, and hope to build support in the priorities we've heard to date and understand where the areas left we need to tackle. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So those next steps in the short term for the summer, we're looking to refine and condense some early concepts. We'd like to take them to focus group meetings. Actually, that's scheduled for July 30th at this time. We've got 2 focus groups looking to schedule to date. One being directly abutting neighborhoods. We did a mailing to about 300 properties directly abutting that district. We've gotten some good response rates so far. Hopefully we continue towards that July 30th date to see that trick up. Please reach out if you received the letter and are interested. And we'd like to engage with town meeting members as well in a focus group. Again, as town leaders and good people that are feet on the ground, active to hear from their constituents, to inform them of the process. And they're also very well informed about zoning process and zoning bylaws because they've dealt with it in the past. And so understanding from them the challenges that they've seen in zoning bylaws and understanding zoning allowances and how it translates to development, making sure we can get out in front of that, that if something is brought to them in the future, they're aware of it. We've tried to get out in front of some concerns and some opportunity for them. We're meeting with property owners in the area to discuss their intents, their thoughts on this process and possible allowances and the priorities to date. And then we'll continue with our planning meetings internally by reaching out to public safety, school committee, and the school department. I'd like to reach out to really just to talk about growth in general and what that means for their divisions, right? It comes up time and time again as we engage in zoning and housing allowances if this continues this way. So want to meet with them, want to understand what they think about growth and managed growth, and maybe not directly this district, but just growth in general and what it means. In the fall, we're hopeful for some grant awards related that we submitted for this district. A broader commercial market analysis just to inform us of retail trends, commercial trends that we could look to write for if desired. And also we wrote for a fiscal impact study to say, if we allow housing here, and because of the significant scale of these lots, what would that mean to the tax base? What would that mean for the town budget? Where's the opportunity here for benefit and new growth, right? New growth is a need. So hopeful for those awards. If we don't get them, we'll try to figure something out. We are looking to host public workshops in and around, again, those concepts that we hope to refine with some of the focus groups, further analyzing further refinements based from there and get to the final deliverable by the end of calendar year that CPDC and the community can use. Next slide, please. So again, wanted to come tonight, get you this update. I know a lot of work has been going on in the background. People are aware of this, but we wanted to come to you to help us understand what will help town leadership feel confident in the process and the results. What are the topics you'd be interested for us to bring to you or the entire community to provide research and get feedback on? And then I just want to keep in mind the Walker's Brook Drive corridor redesign work that is hopefully going to kick off in the next few weeks through another grant fund. I know it's been about a year since we've engaged around that, but we got another grant for that, and that overlaps somewhat with this and the long-term intents and possibilities of the district if we advance simultaneously. So keeping that in mind as well and knowing that that's coming down the road. And that was it tonight. Apologies if I went a little over time, but I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Board members? Karen.
Thank you for the update. Could you make sure that the select board knows when the focus group is going to happen?
Yep.
I would love to hear what the feedback is from the abutters.
Yeah, we're hosting both hopefully on the night of July 30th, and we'll run them back to back.
Okay. Transportation, is there a potential transportation concept in there?
So not in terms of public transit. I think the way we're thinking about it is like allowed uses possibly could inform, this is a transit-oriented district, right? It's next to downtown, the highway interchange is there. There's a lot of considerations there, but there is an existing bus line there that, like, if new development happened, can that get into the site, have adequate access to and from downtown to get there, and to the Orange Line? Can we work with the MBTA to maybe improve that bus line that picks people up at Walkersburg right now, but doesn't drop them off where they get picked up? Does that make any sense? I don't know.
That's it, and that's probably easier to achieve in the second station, which would be awesome. And MBTA is our regional local transportation. I don't see it happening. I'd love for them to prove me wrong and tell me that they're being served. I look at other communities and they actually have regional transportation for the residents. I feel like we're getting the, oh, you have a train, you're all set.
Yeah, I never say never, but the bus is a significant opportunity. And if the train could ever get a second platform down there, especially if it's developed and allowed in a certain way, possibly, but it does, that feels even longer term than other.
But, and we have their attention. We have their attention. I want, you know, Reading, we need to be aggressive on this because they like to say no, and that's a follow-on that I could, ask, that I could send to you and say, could you have the MBTA really give us a presentation on the regional transportation services that they should be providing, that they do provide, and help the select board understand how we're benefiting from it, and the residents, because I certainly don't understand how we're benefiting from it. We have a very limited bus service, and the town of Amesbury has little buses circulating and picking people up and getting them where
it's not a very efficient bus route by any stretch of the line.
Okay, well, they're not the only community that does it, and so that's a whole nother issue. At least they have a little local-ish bus route. We are supposed to have local transportation support, and I'm not sure ours is that efficient either for the example you just mentioned, but it's also so limited in scope.
Sorry, I meant ours is not the Amesbury might be efficient.
The Merrimack Valley regional.
I'm desperately familiar with the Amesbury, but the mayor of Amesbury seems pretty happy, and she's like, "Oh, you must be like getting some resources from them," and I'm like, "Oh," she's like, "Oh, the MBTA is your local transportation provider." I'm like, "Well, okay."
I'll reach out.
It could be that I just don't understand, so I would love to be educated.
We can do that. That's a good idea. It's probably long overdue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Karen?
I would like to commend Andrew and Michael, and it's been fabulous working with you, and everybody on the steering committee has been fabulous, and I can't beg enough for residents to participate in the focus groups if you have the opportunity, because this is the beginning of a really incredible project for us, and I think, and I'm very hopeful it happens before I'm dead. So, so let's move it along. It's only 20 years, you know what I mean? But sometimes things take a long time. It started in 2016.
Right, and that's, again, the hard part to stress too, is even if we do look at zoning revisions, who knows when it can encourage private development and we get an application and so on. So it is a long-term process for sure.
Sure, but it's very exciting.
Carla?
Has Donis been invited to participate in all this?
We've reached out, trying to get a date locked down, but would love to hear his feedback, yes. So he is being reached out to, has been and will continue to be.
All right, this is obviously very ambitious and great presentation on how it can come to fruition someday, very distant future, Karen. But where would DPW go?
So on the south side, I don't know that we're looking at some of the same allowances, or we're not hearing the same priorities for mixed use and commercial development on that side. We do need to re-engage with RMLD, understand where they're at in their strategy. I know lots going on there as they transition, so we'll figure that out with them. DPW is probably coming up to a need in the future. Right now, it looks like that site still is their best option. Some of the transition plans just continue to hit walls and walls for the regionalization of it. So
Right. This is related but unrelated a little bit. Prior to Greg's departure, he was trying to negotiate with, is it Barrows? How do you pronounce it?
Barbas.
Barbas. Do you know anything about that, where that went?
I know they have still their current leases for storage. I don't quite know where their conversations left off or are progressing for that type of development.
Just curious, okay. I know he wanted to acquire that property.
Yeah, so we'd like to actually engage with RMLD again, right, understand if anything has changed, and then also reach out to the property owners ourselves from the town side to see if we can get their long-term intents, RMLD or not, what are they looking at?
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Melissa, did you have anything?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Andrew for the presentation. It was great. The only question I had, you answered, and that was just have we engaged the neighbors in that area to make sure we're getting their feedback and to see what they're interested in doing. But that sounds like that's all happening. So I appreciate that, Andrew.
Absolutely.
I just had two questions. So I noticed that it was advertised on the town's site for the first time about the Eastern Gateway Committee, the meeting last week or whatever. So is it going to be like that going forward?
I think the first meeting we might not have posted an agenda, but we posted an agenda from onwards of January, I think. But yes, that will continue to happen. We have the minutes, we have agendas posted.
Okay. And then my other one is kind of vague with all of this. I would love to have Linfield Marketplace here and what you're envisioning and all that. I don't know, 99% of the people would want that over in that area. But I guess it's the more realistic is you're just trying to encourage it to happen. There is no guarantee that any one of these owners over there is going to do any of this.
Right, and that zoning is really, right, as always, just the regulation to try to encourage what you want. Whether it can or can't happen, there's a lot of other outside factors to that. But it starts at what's allowed and what's not, and the current zoning is what's got you what is there today, right? And so that's why it hasn't been changed in 25 years, I don't think, in that area. So looking for new open space requirements and other, but it does need to remain at a level that is practical for development, but also getting the town the right size approach, and that's the hard balance to get.
And when do you anticipate the committee work and zoning changes and all that would wrap up? A year, 2 years?
So end of calendar year, we'd look for this process to wrap up. And then it's really in CPDC's hands if they want to prioritize the district, any district changes in 2026 or beyond. So, but it will be there hopefully to be used sooner than later. Otherwise we have to do the process again, like we are. So, but it will be up to CPDC.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, definitely just stay engaged with the owners over there and try to see what they want to be able to make this stuff happen in the future. Otherwise, all you did was your, I don't want to say replacement 50 years from now, Andrew, Karen won't be around then. But, we don't want it to be going through this all again. Like whatever they want, we got to negotiate here and see what benefits the residents, the business owners, and try to drive this.
Yeah, and the balance we try to strike with them is understanding their long-term goals, but also that this gives an opportunity to increase their opportunity and or their value if we can right-size the approach. And that way it's either in their hands or if they choose to transfer and sell to others, who knows? But allowances and opportunity can help strike that opportunity. So,
thanks. Anyone from the public in the room? Questions? Carla, go ahead. Name and address, 2 minutes.
Carla Nazaro, 64 Lawrence Road. Can you go back to the site plan, please? And so I guess my question, a few of my questions is would like more insight on the order of operations of how things are happening. And when I look at that site plan, I see that the majority of that area is owned by someone else, right? and not by the town. Does the town have any out of that area? What is the percentage that the town has control over?
It would just be the DPW site, but the things I stress that the town controls are, one, the right-of-way design and improvements on the right-of-way and the road networks itself, and two, the zoning policy. And so if you improve both, you try to encourage development that fits both.
Just as my 2 cents, if the community gets together and has sessions and talks about their desires and what they want for their areas, but we know that we have owners there that have their own ideas and it's their money and it's their property, wouldn't it be beneficial to have conversations with and negotiations with those owners to say, here's your clean slate. If we could open up our zoning to you, what would be a priority? And see what their list looks like, and then come back to the group and say, hey, what do you think about this? It seems like it almost needs to be the owners who need to be involved with the process before the town is. And if we're not getting grants for that, where's that money coming from? It's a whole nother. So thank you.
Thanks. I think I can answer for Andrew at this point. He's made the attempts. We can't force them, and in general, we can't force them to talk. We can't force them to change this even after the fact. It's just he's putting out the invite, and hopefully they bite. And this seems like it's in everyone's best interest, but some people are set in their ways, and that's fine too.
Right, and some of the property owners maybe don't develop the way the town policies might go, but that's where the opportunity that if they get to the point that they want to sell, right, they're ready to retire, fly elsewhere, onto other ventures, that the zoning still for someone else could work it, and that's where their increase in value can. But we are talking to them to try to understand, like, if we continue down this path, is this where the market's trending? How does mixed use impact commercial development, right? There's obviously a need to maintain that strong commercial base in town. If we trend towards mixed use based on the public surveys and other to date, does that sustain the commercial? What's that growth look like? We're hearing from developers, owners, and inside the property and outside the property that would be a significant opportunity and a significant attraction, as this is one of the prime real estate areas left on the Route 28 corridor, especially in its relation to downtown and the highway. And so given the scale, there's a lot of opportunity here, but again, a lot of considerations on the town end in that, because striking that right line of possible by right allowances, but then things like the encouragement for further allowances if you get the density bonuses of open space, affordable units, et cetera, just like we did with downtown, is a chance, but there's just a lot to work. And there's almost an endless number of opportunities, and that's what makes the conversations hard and narrowing them down. But yes, very good points on the property owners and development in general. So.
Marianne, 2 minutes. Strict 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is just
very strict.
This is just a question, and I might have missed it. Marianne Downing, 13 Heather Drive. This is straddling the MBTA tracks, and some other discussions a few months ago. The MBTA is trying to move towards whether they get the turnaround track or not. This every 15-minute train service. Do you have to involve the MBTA in your plans, and how would you take into account if you're zoning for something and you do get this, suddenly you have this property that's there, but now you have a train coming through every 15 minutes instead of once an hour? I just didn't know if you had to involve the MBTA in anything because of what their plans are.
Thanks.
Great question. We don't necessarily need to involve them other than from the standpoint of how can we improve public transit to the area, but it is of consideration as we run through the layouts. Like if there's housing over mixed use housing options over by the train station, what does that mean? Any private development is going to have to go through permit applications with the MBTA. You're likely to be in their zone of influence 30 feet from their right of way. but it's not a significant challenge to develop adjacent to the rail line.
Thanks. Anyone else in the room? Anyone on Zoom? Matt?
I just want to say we have our consultant available tonight. I didn't know if he wanted to say anything about it, or are you good, Andrew?
I'll defer to Mike, but
he's on Zoom, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you. I'll just say good evening. I haven't had a chance to meet with you in person, but I think Andrew did a fantastic job of summarizing there. I think our conversations both with the community and with the steering committee have been very informative and, you know, have shown that the goals, I think, are consistent with some of the earlier studies, but evolving in a logical way. I think some of the nice things that we've heard is that, you know, the opportunity to make the site, you know, more contextual to Reading as a town in the future. And actually one comment in particular was, we'd love to see it in the future not look like a development, but rather, you know, sort of an extension of the surrounding context. And I think, as Andrew said, there's just some tremendous opportunities here for placemaking, you know, cultural impacts and mixed use. And you know, I think it's a very exciting process, and it's headed in a great direction.
Thanks, Mike. Karen?
I have a quick question, if I may. So there's this field in Lowell, I think it is. It's installed on top of a building. And I was wondering in your circles whether, Lawrence, thank you. How successful has a model like that been? Because roofs of buildings, that's, you know, it's a huge amount of space, and I was pretty shocked to see it, but I was just wondering, like, what are you seeing in the industry? Is that something we could potentially capitalize on?
That's the Riverwalk property in Lawrence, which was I actually master planned that project for Sal Lipoli. And that was an idea to, you know, their challenge there with the fantastical mill buildings to provide adequate parking for all the different uses that they're accommodating. They're across the street from a transit station as well. But, you know, that's you know, a lot of those mill buildings are looking out on that, and if you don't want to be looking at the roof of a parking garage, and there's a need for usable, you know, publicly accessible open space like that. They also have the river walk there in addition to those athletic fields. So that's just a creative way to think about, you know, using a roof plane when you're sort of limited, you know, in access. So there's you know, every site has its own opportunities for unique solutions, and I think it's neat that that's coming along the way it is.
Okay, are you seeing others being built? I was like, wow, this is a surprise, and great, it's wasted space, but I was like, it's gonna be really hot up here. So I'm just curious, you know, a number of years later, whether you've heard, like, you know, whether are others copying it, or was it kind of a one-off?
Well, that's very recent. I mean, that's just in the last couple of years that's happened. And I think that's a pretty unique solution that someone like Sal Lipoli can pull off. I don't think that's a typical sort of cost-effective way necessarily to develop public open space, but you know, finding that balance and you know, that's such a different environment than what you might find in a more of a town center type approach, because it's an old mill district. And it is now, you're looking out on a field of parking. Well, and you can say there's some similarities with the way the north side is being used in the Eastern Gateway now, with the mall, you know, typology and the sea of parking around it. And I think, you know, the goal is really to create something that feels more walkable and connected and contextual to the surrounding context. So.
Okay, thanks.
There is a new development, like recreation and open space, while maybe not a pure economic driver, is that social driver that then drives the economy of new development. And so having those amenities in private development is important nowadays, and that's where we can capitalize in different ways.
Thanks. Anyone else on Zoom have a comment?
No hands on Zoom.
Thank you, Maddie. All right, Andrew.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Good job, Andrew.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Michael.
All right, so we will move on to discuss potential override budget review, reoccurring discussion, page 28 in the packet. So we have Sharon online, I believe?
Yeah, Sharon's on Zoom, and she put together the memo. You know, I've been involved in this, speaking with Chris about it as well. So I think in the interest of time, we can maybe just turn it over to Sharon and see what she has to say about it, and then further discuss it after that.
Yep. Take it away, Sharon.
Good evening, everyone. Do you mind if I share my screen?
Go right ahead.
So I'm going to go through some of the things that I was looking at. Matt and Chris Ailey and I had a meeting a few weeks back talking about looking at our fiscal 26 budget to try and determine if there's any areas where we could have savings when building our fiscal 27 to get our free cash number down. And I figured the best place to start with this review would be accommodated cost, given that accommodated cost has really been the source of our need to use more free cash. Is a lot of, I'd say, outside of the norm increases in the area of accommodated cost. And around this time of year, I'd be looking at them anyway. When we do our projections out for several years, we are very conservative, not knowing all the details of what's going to happen in the upcoming years. And as we know information more clearly, we fill that in, and it affects the future years as well if we put a standard percentage of increase in there. So the first area I want to highlight to you is pension, the pension assessment. So this area here, I've highlighted the areas where I've made changes. So the retirement board every 2 years has an actuarial evaluation of our pension liability. And the state requires us to be fully funded by 2040. And so every 2 years we have this valuation and we select a new funding schedule to get us fully funded. 2 years ago, for fiscal 25 and 26, the retirement board had voted to go with an 8.3% increase each year to get us fully funded by 2031. So that was 2 years ago. And the timing of that was really off because even though it was only supposed to be 8.3%, it was 16.8% in fiscal 25 because it disproportionately hit the general fund. Because it's based on where people are working, and the majority of the people were working in the general fund. And if we have people coming in with years of experience, our liability kind of fluxes because that liability comes onto our books and we don't have as much money coming over. So anyway, that 16.8 was much more than we expected, and it was alongside other increases in accommodated costs that were really outside of the norm. So this year we had our evaluation again, and I am on the retirement board. So I shared with the board how tight the budget has become because accommodated costs have been rising way faster than our revenues. And the actuary told us, if you want to stay on a fully funded by 2031, you need to do 10.7% every year. Like, we can barely do the 8.3 without, increasing. So I'm like, can we go down? So what we ended up doing was taking a funding schedule that pushes out 1 year and makes the increase each year 5.71%. And so what I did was for fiscal 27 and 28, those are the years, I actually put in what the numbers will be according to the actuary. And it ends up being a 5% increase. And we had an 8.3% increase there for every year going forward. So now I have a 5.71 or greater there. That saved us $249,000 in fiscal 27. And then in fiscal 28, another $476. So the way it works is each year, the amount that you're paying increases by another 8.3%. But instead, these numbers are now increasing by 5.71. So fiscal 28 was a savings of $476,000. And in fiscal 29, almost $715,000. So these numbers that I've highlighted here, these have changed since the April town meeting and what you saw in your warrant book. The other area where I saw potential savings, because we get a bill very early on in fiscal 26 for workers' comp and property and casualty, I'll go over property and casualty first. For several years now, we've had to come back to town meeting and ask for more money for property and casualty because on more than one occasion, property and casualty had been up 10%. And that is outside of the norm. So this year, what we noticed was that the bill, and I mentioned in my memo, the bill came in and it had gone down, but it hadn't been broken out by fund yet. So I couldn't really say how it would affect our general fund. By Monday, I did get the bill broken out and I was able to plug it in to the general fund. And you'll see that in this case, fiscal 26, our expense will go down by 73,451. So what we had as a projection was 73,451 higher. So I'm plugging in what the real number will be. And that reduces all of the other numbers as well, because we're basing it off of like a 2.5% increase. And so for fiscal 27, we save 75,287. 28, we save 77,169, and 29, 79,098. And I think that this is a sign, whoops, a sign that maybe things are starting to stabilize in some of our insurance costs. Obviously, that's based on claims as well, so that could go up and down, but the number going down is not something we've seen in several years, so that's a positive sign. The other area of that bill is our workers' comp, which was up here. That went down by 90,680 from what I had projected it to be based on what we were seeing. And then all these numbers fall in line because we kind of project them up a conservative 4%. So in that arena, fiscal 27, we save $83,000, fiscal 28, another $75,000, and in 29, about $61,000. So as we get information, sometimes our financial forecast gets a lot more bearable than what we see early on. So that's helpful. The one bad thing I did come across, and I did kind of learn about it, and I included in your packet, is that I got a memo back in April from the Northeast Metro Regional Vocational School saying that they had adopted a budget that was over 10.6% increase over the prior year, pointing primarily to increased costs, but also to the need to borrow another $60 million on their schedule for their building project. And what I noticed from that as well is over the last 2 years, we had an enrollment of about 36 kids attending that school go up to 51 kids. And so we're getting a larger cut of that, above all their operating expenses and that capital charge for the new school. And so for fiscal 26, we had a number of $1,295,702 come in as an invoice, which
Sharon,
was...
you're not on that screen right now. Sorry, Sharon.
No, oh, I'm sorry. We're not on the screen. I didn't roll down here. So we had a number that was $236,000 less than what it actually got billed for this year. So it would be something I would have to adjust at November town meeting. But the good thing is the savings we saw in property casualty and for workers' comp could be moved to this line and probably avoid us needing to use any free cash in 26. But 27, 28, and 29, those go up as well. So we end up seeing an increase in expense for fiscal 27 of $245,000 for the school, $255,000 for fiscal 28, and $265,000 higher than what we had in the book when you were looking at it back at April town meeting. So this one goes the opposite way, not savings, but actual increased cost because enrollment has gone up and our share of the capital has gone up and they've adopted a very large operating budget increase. So that was unexpected, and we learned about that as we were going into April town meeting. It's not too late for me to do anything about it, honestly. But that's the only real bad thing I came across, so I figure I'll move on and tell you a little bit more. Monday, I received a letter from DOR saying that the cherry sheet, our state aid, that's what they call our state aid, the cherry sheet, had been finalized, and the numbers that we got for state aid actually were higher than what I had projected them to be. We always, when we're building our budget, we always just assume a 2.5% increase over the prior year, because when we're building our budget, we just never know what we're getting. These numbers came in at 199,890 higher than what I had originally projected, so that helps. So there's more revenue there by almost 200,000 than what we had hoped. And that kind of carries forward to the other fiscal years. All of these years would be higher as a result because we do 2.5% from what we got. So all of these figures would have increased, and that will help our budget a little bit. Every little bit's going to count. The other thing that was very positive about what I learned on the cherry sheet is that the state assessments, which are the charges that we get charged that get deducted from our state aid, went down by 78,486, which I don't think I've ever seen that happen, but beautiful, we'll take it. And then we increased that by 2.5 because that's part of our state aid package, the way we do it. We don't know it at the time, so we just assume a 2.5%. But that savings in fiscal 26 saves us 78,486. So the combination of the state assessments and the workers' comp and the property and casualty pretty much covers the increase that we see for vocational schools. So we won't need to ask for any money, which is a great thing. But in fiscal 26, we do end up having a surplus of 200,000. So if something is actually needed, we still have like extra state aid. So technically, we could even take down free cash use if we have nothing else that we need to the 5.8 that we originally planned. So that's good news. We have a $206,000 excess after I make these changes on our financial forecast to what we know now. So that's helpful. The other thing that the state aid projection does, as we were talking about, let me go back to the state aid so you can see the numbers. So we actually get some increased revenue in each and every year by this number increasing by the 200,000. So it's almost the 200,000 plus another 2.5%. So fiscal 27, we gain another 204,888 in state aid. Fiscal 29 or 28, $210,000 more. And then fiscal 29, 215,000. That's what we would project. Based on what we've always agreed, we would just assume a 2.5%. And it could be more, which would be helpful. It could be less as well. But it does help our budget look a little bit more bearable. And then the state aid that the state assessments that we talked about, those going down, that trends that a savings for fiscal 27 of 80,449, fiscal 28, another 82,460, and then in fiscal 29, 84,522. So those numbers have gone down in each and every year and kind of helps our budget a little bit. Other areas where I can see that there would potentially be some changes is rubbish. As you know, our rubbish collection contract is up June 30th, 2026. We were in a very long-term, I think it was a 10-year, very advantageous contract where our increase was only 3% a year. But we don't know what's to come with that, being locked in for so long, what we're going to get when we put that out. And we do have that going out to bid, and we should have information before financial forum about that. But you can see that I've kind of assumed a 20%, and it could go either way. It could be worse than that, or it could be better, and that could help our budget. So that's something to note.
It's not going to be better.
I'm sorry?
It's not going to be better.
I don't think so. I think it's likely to be worse from what I could gather from what we were seeing from our public trying to get us to sign early. The numbers were not appealing. So I'm expecting it to be worse, but it could be better. But that's what we have right now because we don't have any more information regarding that. So this updated forecast, when you throw all these updated numbers in and we go back to what's needed to actually, balance the budget in terms of free cash. At April town meeting, this number was $7.4 million, and we've lost about 335,000. It went down just by me looking at these few pieces that we've got more information on. In fiscal 28, we had a number of 8.5 million needed, and now that number is down by $720,000. In fiscal 29, we were expecting to need 9.62 million, and that number is down 1.12 million. So we're making progress, and as more information comes, I'm hoping that it will continue to drive these numbers down. What else did I have for you? Other areas I think that we could explore to help us with fiscal 27 is in our meetings with the PEC, which is the Public Employee Commission. We meet with them every year to do a health insurance agreement, and we could potentially look at design plan changes, offering some different types of products to help people select different things that apply to them, and maybe it could save us some cost. For plan design would be maybe an area we could look at. Another area we could look at is maybe looking at the rules for our opt-out program. We currently offer an opt-out program that if people qualify and they take their spouse's insurance, we pay them a certain amount of money. Maybe we could look at the rules and make it a little bit easier for people to get an opt-out bonus so that they'll select a one-time payment in lieu of actually having our insurance and maybe bringing our health insurance costs down in the mix. So those are things we could talk about. And lastly, I think I included in the memo, another thing that we could do that could potentially help our budget, I don't know by how much, but we could look at our departmental revenues. I mean, it has been a long time since we've done a comprehensive review of those revenues like dog licenses and permitting fees and ambulance fees. The last time we did a comprehensive one where we really looked at a lot of them was October of 2014. So that would require involvement of all the department heads to kind of look at their departmental fees and compare them to other communities and see if there's any room for us to increase some fees that might help with our growth of our revenue. So if you guys have any appetite for that, we could, talk about that and talk about doing that process and see what it yields. Other than that, I do not have anything more on this, but we are going in the right direction, and this was just my first look. Other things I just was thinking about is it's worth speaking on that in prior years where things were tight, we had gone to our 5% that we do debt and capital, reducing it to like 4.5, to get a little savings there. But that's something that I think we have to have approved by FinCom, but those are some of the things I'm thinking about. But I do know that we've been requested to look at all the department budgets and see if we can find any savings in all of them. And so this is just where I started, because this is really the primary area where it all began to be problematic, because we started to see double-digit growth in some of these accommodated costs. And accommodated costs are accommodated because they're things we have to spend money on. You have to spend money on utilities. You have to spend money on benefits. And we have our debt. We have to pay our debt. So all of these things that we have in accommodated costs really need to be paid. So, and sometimes they don't behave. And out-of-district special ed is another one. Like, it just, there's only so many triggers that we can pull to keep things in line with how our revenue grows. And our revenue could not keep up with all of the changes we saw the last few years in the accommodated cost area. So that's where I started. Certainly we can look at other areas, and whatever department you suggest we go with next, we'll dig into that as well.
Thank
you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'll open it up in one sec, but I just want to say that, yes, that Sharon met with me and Matt, and we kind of went over, all of this. We didn't want to sit here and bring in, department heads and start hashing out, what are you cutting, what are you raising, those kind of things. It's more along the lines of that, obviously the finance committee does the brunt of this kind of work, obviously in conjunction with town staff. So we're not taking that away from them. It's more of just all of us being in unison, because we know the override's coming. No matter what numbers Sharon comes up with, or crazy ideas that I may have or someone else may have, it's not going to prevent it from happening. It's more of letting the public know that, listen, the finance committee, select board, town staff, we are all working together to make sure these numbers are as low as possible while still providing the same services that we have in the past, and trying to raise funds in other additional ways that, are beneficial to everybody involved. So that's kind of the thing. I don't want it to make it seem like I'm micromanaging people or anything like that. I understand what the finance committee does, and obviously, it's fairly significant. And I know Ed and Marianne are here today, obviously, specifically about this. So they've been heavily invested over the years as well. So with that, I'll just open it up to the board. If anyone has any questions. Carla, nothing? Melissa, you good?
I just have one question. When it comes to the cost for the vocational school, you said that they added another $60 million to their operating costs.
No, it's their scheduled debt that they're doing it in tranches. And so this fiscal year, they have another tranche coming on that we will have more debt service on. So as the debt gets borrowed, we get a bigger piece of it as they borrow, because they're not going to charge it to us until they borrow it.
It's fair. Okay, I misunderstood. I just wanted to make sure. At first, it sounded like we didn't realize the 60 million was coming our way, but I understand now.
Yeah,
that was my only question.
Is that we end up getting a bigger piece as more kids from Reading decide to go there. So it's hard to predict because we don't necessarily know what the enrollment is going to be well in advance.
Yep, absolutely understand. Okay, thank you so much for going through this with us. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
So just, oh, go ahead, Karen.
Thanks. Thank you, Sharon, for going through this. I had a couple of questions on some line items that I saw up there as well. Could you talk to us a little bit about the SPED contingency, line 202?
That number is provided to me by the school department, actually all 4 of those lines. But I think what I remember from my conversations with them is that they had several students that were in danger of going out of district, that they didn't know that they were going to be able to accommodate these students. And some of them, I think, had needs that would require boarding somewhere. So they're very expensive contingencies that are built in because they think that there's a very real possibility that there'll be students that on this list of possibly leaving in fiscal 26 to go to an out of district. And so that's what that contingency is. And I want to say it was like 8 students that they had, that they really felt that very strongly that many of them might end up in an out of district placement.
Okay, I mean, I wanted to highlight that. That is, do the math. Is that $700,000?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It's absolutely a lot. But I think that the placements that some of them had, and not to get into details about what they had, but when you add, if a child needs to live away, that's a very different, it's a very expensive. And I think they had 8 to 9 kids that they had these different issues where they were addressing different needs that might need to be met. And I want to say more than one had maybe a need for going to a school where they have to live there.
When would you get kind of confirmation that that number is real, even if it's just a placeholder, because there's a chance we could need that?
I would definitely hear about that somewhat soon from the school department. We have not begun our discussions yet on budget related topics. This number was given to us, in preparation of the fiscal 26. But if there were savings there, that would help us tremendously. So definitely a conversation to be had. But I was on vacation one of the weeks that I was trying to pull away of some of this information. So I have not had the opportunity to meet with the school department to kind of hash out that number. And the other thing that they do there too is they do have a special ed stabilization fund. And I think that sometimes if the excess that's in there is not too much, they put in like a couple $100,000 of what the excess is at the end of each year into the stabilization fund to help fund these things in the future so they don't have to have such big numbers. But Dr. Milichowski was very convinced that he had a lot of people in this grouping that he really felt were going to need the out-of-district placement, but no contracts were in place yet.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'd love to just keep an eye on that. And then the other line item is the RMLD payment. I don't remember what number that was.
The RMLD payment is revenue. What is your question?
It looked like it was going down.
It is going down, and actually it has changed, so I should highlight it. So I had it going up like 1 or 2%, but it is based off the prior year's kilowatt hours sold. And I recently received correspondence from RMLDs, quoting what the rate would be based on the actual hours sold. So, so I don't know what would cause that, and we certainly can talk about that with RMLD, but I haven't had any detailed conversations about what's causing it to go down, but it is going down, and that was a concern.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. It has been increasing at least 1% annually, their sales, their kilowatt sales. So I'm a little curious about that. And also there's two components, one is variable and one is fixed. But that comprises both, doesn't it? That number you have?
Yeah, I mean, they give us the calculation and I didn't get to delve in and compare it to the calculation I received prior to see where the distinction is of what is causing this to go down. I want to say I just got that number last week. So I can definitely dig deeper on that number and try and figure out what's going on there, because going down, I would like to at least keep it stable or have it rising. But this is the kind of challenge that we have. You know, sometimes they have years where they sell more and others, other years where they sell less. So, and I believe it's based on the prior year's sales.
Yeah, that would just be remarkable, and I'll take a look at the stuff as well. Their
Thank you.
forecast, that's a little surprising. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yes.
So this is to Matt. So we're less than a year away from our rubbish contract expiring. When do we start the process of bids and stuff?
We've started, I can hand that over to Jane because she's running that process.
Great question. Love a great question. So that bid's already out. It is a very competitive process. We've had two addendum rounds, so a series of questions that vendors can ask us, and then we issue answers, and then we just issued our newest answer. I think it's either today or it's going out tomorrow. It's written. We have a lot of vendors who have pulled the document and asking us questions. We think we're in a competitive environment, and we have worked very, very hard to make them sharpen their pencils. We will have all of our bids back, proposals back at the end of July. Our intention is to have an understanding of where we are, do any negotiations we need to do, and award a contract at the end of August. So Sharon has those numbers in hand for next year by the end of August.
All right. We only have one meeting in August. Are we going to be part of this?
2 meetings in August.
Okay, 2 meetings in August. Are we going to be part of this decision or no? Who to pick?
No.
No. Okay.
We will pick. We can share you the information. Would you like to?
Would be good.
Yeah. We're going to make them work really hard for our business.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. I care. I'll share. Yeah. So we can share that with you. We'll see what we come back with and what's advantageous, but you did this so we would have it before accommodated costs would be done so that we could plan as far out as we can. In addition, the winning company may need to procure a new vehicle, a new truck, if they need to add the routes. And the lead times on those procurements are very long. And so sometimes they lease them as well. So that whole procurement on the part of our vendor side is something we took into account as well.
Looking for a 5-year contract, I'm guessing?
That's correct. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, yeah.
Thanks. So just to piggyback off Karen's question with the RMLD payment thing that I didn't see going down either. Nothing goes down. Like, how is RMLD going down? My electric rates are only going in one direction. I understand that it's based off kilowatt hours, but I got to assume people are using more energy year over year over year. I mean, that's all I see all over TV.
Right? But they're using more efficient energy.
But still, like, it just seems very, I don't know, very odd that.
Play it back to the next meeting as
Yeah, I
well.
know. Yeah.
I'll get an update.
So then a couple other things that I have real quickly, just other spitball ideas, kind of unique, out of the box, wish-wash way of thinking. So Matt reached out to everybody, all the department heads. He mentioned one of the, not criticisms, but we asked about, about the conference rooms at the library, the booking, it's 5 days or more, whatever their scenario is. And Amy is looking to change that at, I think, the next meeting to be a little bit more, I think 48 hours or something. Obviously,
2 days instead of
2
5.
days. Right. So obviously that's not moving scales, but it's more of, we're all going in the right direction, that is going to increase money. It's probably minuscule, but like, these are the ideas that I'm kind of going with, that, it might seem small, but 30 small ones are going to add up over time. I also brought up to Sharon the whole wells situation, that we're still on wells in Reading. Somehow we're paying for wells. It's still part of the Ipswich River scenario. That somehow money is coming from somewhere to be able to be doing that. So you might have to take a hit to get rid of them, and then in the long run, it might pay off. I already went over the overtime and painting fire hydrants. That's not happening again, which is good. The signs on the fences for sports teams, the bylaw, obviously that's something we have to work with the bylaw committee, but this is a way to raise some revenues for recreation. And then obviously the Pleasant Street Center, we'll be discussing that in the future as well. And I don't know if we can do anything about the dispensary vote that happened years ago. Maybe it can happen again, kind of thing, if people have an appetite. But obviously that is a significant financial increase that we could get to. So those are the kind of, things that we've been kind of working with. So I don't know, Marianne, Ed, if you guys had anything, or anyone else from the public. Marianne?
Thank you, Marianne Downing, Vice Chair of the Finance Committee. Sharon, do you have any graphs showing, like you've shown us and shown town meeting, the pattern of free cash usage and when it's going to, go down? Because these are all, nickel and dime things to me. The big thing is we need, $6 to $7 million of free cash every year, and we have, 19? I don't know how much we'll get certified. You can't divide, 7 into 19 that many times. We have regeneration. So I think if we're going to have preliminary override discussions, it should just be put out in public, that situation and where we're going to hit the limit where we want to keep a certain amount of free cash as free cash, to maintain our bond rating. These are the kinds of things we discuss all the time at Finance Committee, and we don't always get into it here in Select Board. So I don't know if you have one of those charts handy, Sharon.
So I do not have the chart handy.
For the financial forum, that'd be great.
Isn't override discussion on the agenda?
Yes.
Isn't this related to the need for an override?
No, we're going over the charts that she's prepared and the areas she's looking at pre-budget planning. So we're not pulling up other charts tonight. But that's a great suggestion.
No, I think.
I mean, I absolutely can, but I do want to point out that it's too early for me to have an actual free cash number because June 30th was just a couple weeks ago. And so I could show you what we had prior, but so much has changed and we don't know what our regeneration looks like for the current year. I think one of the major things that we'll be looking at Financial Forum is what I project that number to be, and that will be the beginning of that discussion. I think that would be the time we would really look at those charts and see, because I want to know what that number is, because if free cash starts to go down significantly, that's a problem. And last year, I think our regeneration was over $7 million, but we had money held because we got a federal grant that did not pay us by September 30th, so they held it, and it was over $1 million. And that same grant, we're still waiting for the money. So like some things can work against us when it comes to regeneration. So, but it's way too soon for me to give you an estimate of what our free cash is going to be. As of June 30th, it's as if you don't have it.
Right. No, I think it's just more the principle of it and the reason, we're all trying to save money, but the reason ultimately is going to be is where we're having to, every year we're supplementing our budget by some, and we can either keep our free cash, whatever it is, at steady state, or it's starting, the trend is going down, and that'll come up at the Financial Forum, but I think, that's the reason for the override, really.
I mean, it's one of those structural things because most of the costs that increased over the last few years are not going to go down, but they might start to stabilize, and we need to fill that gap that it caused. We did see some things go down here, but in areas of like benefits, that tends to not necessarily go down, So some of the big hitters that we had that caused the need for us to use an unusual amount of free cash, I feel like, they're just going to start to stabilize, and that would be when we'd stop seeing free cash needing to go up. But until we know more about the future budgets, conservatively, we're showing more free cash because rubbish is coming up next year and we don't know what it's going to be, and we have a high number built in. So as we get more information, we build the budget in and we figure out, you know, what do we want to do from here? What kind of conversation do we want to have? What, you know, how long can we last with the free cash that we have? What is the year that we need to think about asking for this override?
Right, and then just the last thing I'll add too is, you know, all the union contracts come up around 2027, and that's going to really be, I think that's what the towns around us are seeing, having override issues. So I think that's will be part of our financial forum discussion. Thank you.
Thanks.
My other goal with this that I told Matt and Sharon was, obviously we can't solve a $140 million budget, but going from 6 to 7 million, the difference between those two is what I was focusing on, trying to hit that, because the numbers only going in one direction. Anything that we can do to bridge the gap between the 6 to the 7, if we go 6 to 6, now, like, it's just showing that, you know, we're willing and able to just kind of come up with a pathway forward, because then that's going to be the way to go in subsequent years beyond the override and whatever else happens. So, did anyone else from the public have anything? Anyone on Ed?
Yeah, I'll go real quick, sorry. Ed Ross, Finance Committee, 16 Kensington Ave. So Chris, just on the back end of that, Sharon, thank you so much, you know, again for this amazing work, and especially what you've been able to analyze in your first pass. I think there's some, you know, like you had some really good ideas that were in your memo, and even some of the stuff that you talked about tonight. But again, I think Chris, it hits right to your point. I think we need to be able to give the public, you know, the confidence that we're asking all the hard questions, and that we're doing all this analysis to making sure that every dollar that goes out is thoughtful. Not that we didn't already have it before, but you could just give us even more confidence that that we're executing on that. So really appreciate all the work, Sharon. I know it's not easy and it's always fluid. So really appreciate everything that you did.
Thank you.
Anyone else online, Maddie?
Nope, no hands on Zoom.
Okie dokie. All right, thank you all for this. Like I said, it may or may not be reoccurring. Matt, me and Sharon will go over something to find some other stuff that we can bring forward. And obviously the financial forums are definitely something that everyone should attend. All righty, so we will move on to discussion on proposed Montessori school at Matera Cabin. I know, Brian, you wanted to say something first? Okay. And you don't have, you can take as much time as you need.
Just brief. I'll be done long before parents. Okay, Brian Brew, 15 Brewer Lane. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. I'm here tonight to express my strong support and that of the Reading Conservation Commission for the proposed Mulberry Forest School at the Matera Conservation Area. This proposal first came before us several months ago. From the beginning, we recognized that this was more than a simple request to use town property. It was a unique opportunity to support environmental education in a way that deeply aligns with our mission. As the town's municipal environmental agency, the Conservation Commission is charged with protecting Reading's natural resources, our wetlands, forests, and open spaces, and promoting public understanding of the benefits they provide. While regulation is one part of that work, education is just as critical. Our long-term success in protecting the environment depends on a public that understands and values it. Programs like Mulberry Forest School help cultivate that understanding early. In the spirit of the book, Last Child in the Woods, which speaks to the growing disconnect between children and nature, we see this proposal as a part of the solution, a way to get kids outdoors, engaging directly with the land and the life it supports. These are the kinds of experiences that create lifelong environmental stewards. The school will primarily use the bare metal conservation land with minimal indoor use of the Matera cabin,
mainly for bathroom access and shelter during inclement weather. The program does not seek to alter the landscape or limit public access in any way. Instead, it adds value by placing young learners in direct contact with nature. It reinforces the importance of conservation, not just as policy, but as lived experience. There's also a practical benefit. The modest license fee paid by the school would directly support the Commission's work across town, including trail building and maintenance, habitat restoration, pollinator plantings, and public amenities like benches and signage. These are small, visible, and yet meaningful ways we help keep our conservation areas welcoming and ecologically healthy, and every dollar helps. In short, the Mulberry Forest School offers a mission-aligned use of town conservation land that educates in nature, about nature, and for the benefit of nature, all while generating support for continued stewardship. The Conservation Commission sees this as a valuable partnership and stands firmly behind it. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Sure.
Do we have anything prepared? Was Chuck going to speak, or is it?
Chuck is here. I think there's representatives on the school, from the school, that are on Zoom that could answer any questions and talk about it. I mean, there's no vote required from the select board. The property is under the care, custody, and control of conservation. However, there is work on the town side to be done if this is going to happen. We would schedule a DRT, get police, fire, everybody involved to talk about any issues. There also has to be a license agreement negotiated that would require me, town council, to work on that and hash out details. And there's also the accreditation piece, which, from talking to the school department, hasn't happened yet and may not, be completed until fall at this point, according to the superintendent. So there's a long way to go. I've asked all along for a little more public process, and that's why I think it's a good idea that it's on your agenda. But again, no vote from you. I'd like to hear your opinions on it. If there's a representative from the school, if it's the pleasure of the board to have them speak about it, that's where we're at.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, no, when I first heard about this, I looked more into it, and I did see that at a prior conservation meeting, it was mentioned that that Chuck wanted to move forward with select board support. So therefore, here we are. I would have liked to have found out about it differently than from a resident, but it is what it is at this point. So I guess who is on for it? I think it's Mary. Is she the one from the school that would want to just give us a quick 2-3 minutes, kind of, because we have it in the packet, but just give us a kind of general, overview of what you're looking to do, kind of thing.
Sure. Hi, and thank you so much for having us this evening. We actually have much of our team here. We have Dr. Amy Frollo, our co-head of school, and James McGovern, our board member, Anna Purna, one of our educators, and Anne-Marie Faust, also one of our board members here tonight with us. And we're just so delighted. We know we've had a wonderful conversation with the Conservation Commission, which was, as Brian mentioned, started a couple of months ago. And myself, I'll just introduce myself. I hold a PhD in geography from UC Berkeley. I am an educator and also a filmmaker and a parent. And this school started as an initiative essentially to create, as Brian mentioned, a land stewardship focused program that will simultaneously bring children closer to nature, as well as create an accessible learning environment for children who aren't necessarily going to thrive in more conventional settings. And our program is, our curriculum is designed in relation to the Massachusetts curriculum standards through a Montessori and forest school lens with an eye to accessibility in learning. So adapting and bringing the best practices of accessible learning pedagogies to the forest. And I guess, what else I can just say is that, again, to emphasize this idea that we really do believe that this is a sort of synergistic relationship with the Conservation Commission, because we are creating stewards of the land from a young age. in this very fast changing moment that we're living through. And that, of course, we anticipate offering in-kind support in the form of, you know, first of all, having land stewards on site every day, which watch over the property in the area, engage in invasive species removal. That's the children who do the invasive species removal during their school. And that we will be cleaning the cabin each day after use. And additionally, we'll organize and encourage our families to take part in work days at the Conservation Commission, where, you know, wherever that is needed, and at the cabin. And finally, you know, the last thing I can say before, of course, the fee is that I myself am a professional grant writer with around 20 years of experience, and that I have offered that grant writing services pro bono to the Conservation Commission to work on any. I know that there's a lot of anticipated or desired projects that they have in mind, and that's something that I can certainly offer as a form of support. And of course, finally, you know, our use of the cabin, while we have been operating as a homeschool co-op the last couple of years, and so we have been entirely outdoors. This past winter really showed us that it was important to be able to have shelter for inclement weather, and that is why we started looking for a place that might be able to offer us that kind of shelter just during the very cold days in the winter. So our program again is, Amy can, you know, speak to this a bit more, but entirely outside and inspired by the learning that can happen only in the forest, that is sort of not actually possible or much more enriched than being in a traditional classroom. So, and of course, we do plan to pay a fee, which I think is being discussed in relationship somewhat to the rental fee schedule, that is the cabin that is currently being charged at the cabin. We don't intend to have in any way exclusive use. As I understood, the cabin is mostly used in after school hours and on weekends, when that's mostly when it's being rented. And so we're not going to be in the cabin during those times. And anything that we, you know, might donate to the cabin, like for example, youth-sized chairs, would be for public use as well. And of course, all of that would be in conversation with the Conservation Commission. We wouldn't bring in anything that the Conservation Commission wasn't okay with us using. And I guess finally, I'll say, you know, when we sort of were first thinking about the fee structure, this is a pilot year. We've waited to begin enrollment in order to confirm the location. And so we're not sure what our enrollment is going to look like, and that will impact the amount that we are able to afford in this first year. We were looking at the amount that is the yearly upkeep of the cabin, which I believe from the Reading public documents was around $5,000 to $6,000 a year. So that's something that we are sure we can commit to. But again, due to the sort of late date of us opening enrollment, we just aren't sure what our finances are going to look like. And the final thing that I'll say about, you know, our accessibility in terms of our tuition fees, our fees are actually lower than comparable programs in the area, which I'm happy to provide comps in there in that document that we prepared. We have a graded tuition scale, and that means that our higher income families essentially subsidize lower income families. And our school is nonprofit, and it is a nonprofit, and tuition goes entirely to pay our wonderful educators, insurance, and materials. Our board is fully volunteer. I myself am working pro bono this year to get the school launched. And we're really doing this because we firmly believe that we need to create this option for children and families who sort of don't feel like they have other options.
Thank you, Mary. Do board members have, or Chuck, did you want to say something? I saw your hand kind of go up.
Well, I just, I think the only thing I want to say is, and Brian did a great job, and Mary, thank you. It's Chuck Troni, Conservation Administrator of the Town of Arlington. Geez, Town of Reading, sorry. A little nervous, but I just think this is an exciting program. And, you know, the Conservation Commission has worked very hard at Matera Cabin. And we have a pavilion, and we're building a deck out there, and we've worked on the meadow, and we're being noticed. And this is what you get when you work hard, and people notice you and they want to be part of your program. And I appreciate the school being here and seeking us out. I know that they came to Arlington also, but they came to Reading and I was there. I'm connected to Arlington, I live there, but I didn't ask them to come and do this presentation. They found us on their own, but I'm happy they found us because I think it's a great opportunity. A lot of kids can't be mainstreamed, and they need programs like this to be schooled and to, you know, to grow up and to feel like they belong. And I think this is a great opportunity, and this is going to offer 20 spots to kids that really wouldn't have this opportunity otherwise. We can talk about Article 97. We can talk about how this fits. We can talk about all the uses that we're going to be able to collaborate with the school and all these parents, but it's just a win-win for, I think, the Conservation Commission, for Reading, and for the Montessori Forest School. So I really hope that we can find a way for the select board to allow us to continue on this path to see if it works out for the town and for the Conservation Commission. But that's all I'd like to say.
Thanks, Chuck. Board member, well,
Board should go first.
yeah. Did you have something, Karen? I'm going to open it up to everyone after the board, but yeah. Did you?
Sure, and I don't have to go first.
Oh, well, whatever. Carla, sure.
Thanks. So for me, school has, you know, wide-ranging meanings. Are you governed by anybody for this school? Who is, I guess, the governing body, if there is one? Or is this considered homeschooling? I'm just trying to understand what this is about.
We are a nonprofit micro school, a private micro school. And so that means that our board is the governing board. And as we mentioned at the start, we will seek accreditation from the Reading School Board. The state of Massachusetts doesn't actually license private schools. That's done at the town or city level.
All right, so who would approve the curriculum? Our school committee?
That's right.
Okay, all right, thank you. That answers that question. And you mentioned it's mid-July. I'm guessing you're trying to open this fall or this winter? I don't know when you're trying to open.
Yes.
Okay, and then the capacity for your first, I'm gonna call it year, you can accommodate, you're saying up to 20, correct? In your pilot year, what I read? And then what has been your student body in your other locations? Is it always been around 20? Has it been 30, 40, or what's your?
It's actually been around 6.
Okay, all right.
We've been a very small program when we actually anticipate, again, due to the late date of enrollment, that we're probably going to be around 10 children this year.
Okay. And this is a question for Chuck. I've been to Matera, but when you enter the property, is it one car in or is it 2 lanes? How wide is that entrance?
The property has 2 lanes, has a dedicated exit and entrance.
Okay.
There's no signage, but there's a medium in between, and, you know, people.
All right, I just want to make sure if someone's trying to come in or out, they're not, you know, nose to nose. There is enough track.
And this might be part of your question, but we did held Porch Fest event, and we were able to fit up to almost 40, was it? 39 cars at Matera.
Well, that's good, yeah. That's it for me right now. And I know this would be your inaugural year, but I guess what's in our packet, that is from, I guess, us internally. And then what you propose, there's a pretty big discrepancy. We don't want to burden anybody, but in your information that was given to us was 3,000 to 5,000 for the first year, and then we have a fee of about 9,300. So I guess how would that get worked out based on number of students you get?
That's correct. Yeah, but based on the number of students and our ability to fundraise between now and hopefully September.
Okay, so is there an amount that you can't afford if Chuck, is 9,000 the amount per year? if they get to full capacity of 20?
So we were asked with a meeting with town council to base the fee on the actual fee schedule for the cabin. So that's a 2-hour minimum over 180 days with a 15 full day amount, and that came out to 9,200 or 300. And so that's where that came from. I think that would be a fair amount to ask for.
I'm not asking about that. I'm just asking about the, no.
How did we work that out?
Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
That didn't include some other stuff, but again, this is a pilot program.
Yeah, I got it.
What makes me excited about this is almost to say, wow, if we could get them here for 3 years, what would this fee look like in year 3? And they had January, starting in January to recruit, and the cabin worked out and they liked it and they wanted to stay.
Right.
And it became, a desirable school to be at.
Gotcha. Is there a number, and this is for Mary now, is there a number in your second year that would make you decide to renew it? I mean, let's say you get 10.
Certainly, certainly I think that 9,000, that number that was worked out, the 9,200 number is something that we are sure we could hit in the second year. It's just that, as I mentioned, like the late date, we're in private schools usually start recruiting in January.
Yeah.
And it's July.
No, very late. My question was, say you get to 10 this year, which I guess would be a good thing this late in the game, and then you start recruiting for the next school year, and we have a horrible winter, everyone gets scared, and then you get 10 again. Would you not, what is this agreement going to look like for her to opt in, opt out? Is it going to be 1-year terms? And so if you only get 10, gee, I can't afford $9,000 with 10 students, or that just takes away from, the whole program. So I'm not wishing that, but I'm just trying to play this out. It's going to be, I'm guessing, a year-to-year contract that she has to decide in whatever month to renew it. And if she only gets 10, she can withdraw and not use the cabin and try to move the school somewhere else. Who's going to do all this negotiating?
Sure. So unfortunately, we're only looking at a pilot program for 1 year. Okay. So anything beyond that is something that we desire. We both have to, we as in the school and the Conservation Commission, we would both have to see if this works out. It seems like it's a good partnership. I believe they've been looking for something that works for a while, and it seems like this works the best out of what they've told me with the cabin, with the field. We have a pavilion, we have a garden, we have wooded area, we have open area. It offers all the outside spaces other towns, but with the cabin, it becomes something that's actually workable.
So it sounds like this January, from what she said, they would come to say, we want to do another year.
Yeah.
Something like that. This is the pilot year, and they have to start recruiting for the next school year, not in July, much more in advance. And they would you have to go before you, I guess, the Conservation Commission, and say, okay, we want to do another year. Well, great, we have 20. And then the next year, that's what I would expect, because some years there's a drastic drop off.
Well, so the cabin can only hold so many people.
Right.
And then, so that would be the limit, but I'm not sure they're trying to grow that much. It may happen. We're just looking at 1 year right now. I don't know how the second year would start. I guess there would be a conversation, and if it seemed like it worked out real well, and I don't know. Mary, what does this look like to you as far as the second year, and I guess your desire to put some roots down?
Yeah, I think we are looking for, a collaborative process that lasts. And I do think that January as a time to assess and have a conversation and say, okay, what can next year look like? That seems pretty reasonable. And then it does seem like, once we sort of have proof of concept, that we'll have a better idea of what our recruitment would look like for the following year. And I'll say our sister school we have a sister school in Indiana. They kind of similarly started fairly quickly and with a very small group of children. And by the second year, they had a waiting list of like 15 kids that they couldn't even fit into the program because there was just so much interest, and it really like hit a need in the community. So we're hoping that a similar thing will happen here.
All right, last question. How do we manage that property now in the winter as far as plowing?
So the town plows and creates a pathway to the cabin. The cabin's not usually rented during that time, but they keep, I mean, a lot of people use the walking ability around and then check out the pavilion and whatnot. So it's plowed, it's just not first on the list right now. So
That was my question. So it had to come up to the level of our schools plow, how they get plowed, right?
Yeah, I'll probably answer a little bit. No, I don't even know if any changes have to be made. I think that the pilot year, we're just gonna try to, not tax anyone on this. I think the school is so small that they can accommodate different situations. And if they don't plow, maybe there's no school that day. Maybe it's an extra no school day, or something else happens. I'm not sure.
That's right. I mean, we'd be happy to stay in conversation, and if the plowing is going to happen at 10 a.m., have a late start. And that's actually a pretty common thing for even public schools to do, is to have a late start snow days.
I guess what I'm going to go on at, because it was budget talk tonight and money talk, was that we're not incurring overtime to make sure we get this done. It needs to get done anyway because it's our property, but you know what I mean.
The cabin's already taken care of by facilities.
Right.
They clean it and empty the trash after every time we have it rented out or there's programming from the recreation department. It's, most of the yard work is not done by the DPW. It's done by myself and volunteers, but they do plow, and they're there when we need help, and it's their responsibility. We try not to ask them to do anything, because we just have a lot of volunteers, and we have a lot of volunteers that know about painting and woodworking and things like that. So it's not always needed that they're there fixing stuff.
And with more cars on the property than normal in the winter, if this goes well, was that cause a problem for
So the cars are
moving
going
the
to be
snow?
5 permanent cars, and you know what? I was listening to last night's meeting, and I thought it was really funny that the 885 Main Street said, well, they based their traffic patterns around 10 cars. And I said, well, that's exactly what we did with 6 students, So I thought that was kind of humorous, but we actually think we're going to have 10 cars coming in and out and 4 permanent cars sitting there when there's plenty of time.
All right. I'm good, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Karen, yes?
Sure. Is that a member of the public, or is that a member of the school board?
I don't know. I think that's, Elizabeth is part of the school, I think.
No, she's not part of the school.
Oh, we're not at the public stage yet, but we'll get to you.
We'll get to you. We'll get to you.
Don't worry.
Sorry. Okay. I just want to commend the Conservation Commission and Chuck for bringing this innovative idea to us and holding 2 separate public hearings at least. I know I attended one. I don't really know if I attended both. And, I've had a number of conversations with Mary, and I've been impressed with how prepared you are and how you've been approaching this as a collaboration from the start. I feel like we don't see that with everyone who wants to do business with us. And there are other options that they could explore in this community, including the Girl Scout camp. But since being elected to the select board and serving as a liaison for the Conservation Commission for 2 or 3 years early on, I've always been concerned that we have this amazing asset at Matera Cabin that sits empty 70% of the time. And so to amazingly, and I didn't hear anything different tonight, to amazingly then have this program, small program, who could potentially fit. I know people do reserve it on the weekends and the evenings, and this little limited 10-month, 9-month program can literally fit in when this space is not being used. the upstairs is currently a warehouse for chairs no one wants in town, which is like dumb, but, and you guys have had to do so much to maintain the property anyway, Chuck bringing in those volunteers a couple of years ago, just to get the exterior painted, so, you know, you've been creative as possible with this property, keeping budget constraints in mind, so I learned a lot tonight as well, so I appreciate the answering the additional questions. I would love to give this pilot a chance, and I know it's really late, so the one concern I have is I want to make sure, yep, safety is important. Sometimes those DRT processes become a bureaucratic process. I don't want to see that happen here. Great example that we had Porch Fest, and we didn't have to do a DRT meeting to have a Porch Fest, and obviously that was way beyond what we're gonna have. But I did get at least one call from a resident who wants to make sure they can get in there and walk, and you know, I said, thank you, yep, if you have this concern, other people will too, and there are 2 parking areas for Matera Cabin. So I'm comfortable that this small pilot is a good opportunity for us. There's demand in the community for this. What a wonderful opportunity for Reading residents. And I've had some folks bring up concerns that we've had with the other school that wants to come on Main Street at a much, much higher volume in the middle of a densely populated neighborhood. So I feel more comfortable with a pilot program. You know, even at a full capacity, this property is kind of isolated, and it's not close to other neighbors. And so I still see it's a pretty good fit, and it would be wonderful that if we didn't have it sitting around empty 70–80% of the time, because empty buildings burn down. So those are just my thoughts. So I can't think of any more questions, but I've done a lot of good questions tonight.
I don't have any questions, but I spoke with Brian before the meeting, and I think it's a really interesting approach, and I think I have a nephew who lives in Tennessee, and this would be right up his alley, so I'm very sorry that he doesn't live here to take advantage of this, because I think it sounds great.
Melissa, did you have something?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it. But I did have a couple questions. So you mentioned a previous school. So where was that located? Or where were you located?
So we've been operating essentially as a homeschool co-op since 2020. Okay. And that had been located, again, entirely outdoors in Stoneham at Whip Hill Park. And we have a very good relationship with the Conservation Commission there. The reason that we are looking for a different space is because we realized after this winter, when it was 20 degrees for 6 weeks, that we needed access to indoor space. And they don't have that.
Okay, and then what happened with Arlington that didn't work out?
Oh, it's just the same situation. We also have a great relationship, especially with the conservation manager there. They're a wonderful group, but again, there's just no indoor space. And essentially we started looking around, and I'll just say, to sort of speak also to Karen's point, and thank you so much for this sort of very enthusiastic welcome. Part of the reason that we're interested in working with conservation commissions is our commitment to conservation and to public land, and to sort of bringing people to the awareness of the importance of public conservation land, because we could also work with private land, or we could go to a church and that's next to a forest. And for us, it feels like a really exciting synergy to sort of be held by a public space. And, also there's more people that sort of traverse through public spaces. And so we have had a very strong relationship with our neighbors who are regular users of Whip Hill. And that's like a really important part of our school, is sort of having that connection to the community.
Got it. So I have a couple of concerns, to be honest. The biggest concern for me is the liability of being on town land with young children. You mentioned neighbors coming through, but like our children today are in schools and everyone has to be Corey checked, but you're going to have strangers going through your area with young children. Have we talked to the fire department? Are there any issues if someone got hurt and they can't get in there? Marion bringing up hunting season adjacent to this area, which I didn't even realize you could do in Reading. That's concerning. Those are concerning things when we're going to have young children in those areas. I fully understand that the school up the street from you is much larger than what this will be, but you know, we have a lot of residents worried about the impact of traffic, and so if we're adding more cars to that area, and then people that may want to use that area for, you know, residents for personal use, that's a concern. So I guess the one thing I don't understand, and just, you know, correct me if I'm misspoken, but you said that you were a homeschool out of Stoneham and using this, but am I wrong in saying that I read somewhere that you guys just like incorporated in May of 2025?
Okay. So homeschool co-ops don't actually have to exist as incorporated entities. When we decided that the school, that's when we filed articles of incorporation. To answer your second question about liability, we have full liability insurance from Great American, and we will issue a certificate of insurance to the cabin, to the Conservation Commission, and to the town of Reading, as we have in the past. As for children being outside, Massachusetts has now regulations around what are called nature-based preschools. And there's a lot of them, actually. It's a growing trend. It's very exciting. And essentially, all of these schools are on public land or sort of public spaces. So for example, Boston Outdoor Preschool Network, their first school was in the Arnold, I suppose it's called, Arboretum in Jamaica Plain in Rossdale. And it's just a sort of understanding that children are in the public. I mean, it's actually in some ways a lot safer because children are out and being seen rather than being in a classroom where things could happen, or being in a sort of one-on-one situation, you know, where they're sort of unsupervised. And the same exists for the Right Lock program in Winchester. The same applies to Wildwood Nature School, which is out in Hopkinton. So we're part of a larger network and a community of nature-based schools that are sort of confronting the same questions.
Claire? I don't know what that was. Okay. Yeah, my biggest concern is definitely the liability. And then I definitely would love to have some input from the fire chief and police chief on any concerns with if someone got hurt, could they get in there appropriately?
Fully, and also EEC requires us to have a full evacuation plan, which we plan to create in conversation with the town and with fire, as you said, you know, and we haven't done that yet because we don't have access to the architectural plans of the cabin themselves, and so, but that is something required and that we would have before the first day of school.
Yeah, but my understanding is you really wouldn't be in the cabin much. Am I correct?
That's right. But
yeah, so
it's still important to have that conversation, as you've mentioned.
Yes, absolutely. I guess the other part of it is that right now we're basing a fee off of you using the cabin 15 days a year, but as you said, last year's winter was much harsher than normal. And so, I mean, that's a piece of it too. We'd have to have a conversation about that, or I would hope that the Conservation Commission would have a conversation with you about that, because we as a town are going to incur fees for electricity, heat, any plumbing maintenance, shoveling, all of that. And with our budgets being as tight as they are, I just don't want to, we cannot be spending money on extra things that, you know, aren't being covered by the school. I don't have any other additional questions at the moment.
Thanks, Melissa. Yeah, so I just, I came into this a little weary, not to say that, you know, that's a negative. It's more along the lines of, you know, I have obviously my biggest thing is financial concerns. Like that's going to be like for the rest of my life, essentially. But the way that, you know, hearing this now tonight, you know, it's seeming a lot more beneficial, I think, to the town. I know that my own personal experience is that I have both my girls. One is at Camp Wakanda, the other one's at Camp Rotary for the whole summer. I want absolutely nothing to do with cell phones, iPads, any of this stuff for any of them. And obviously it costs more money for me to do that. But, you know, these are the kind of things that, you know, it's unique. And it serves obviously a purpose. But my only caveat with all of that is, once again, it comes down to the finances, where it has to work for you and it has to work for the town of Reading, as well as the residents as well. But to Karen's point, obviously this is sitting vacant. If we can make money off it, great. But it has to be fair to whomever is going to be going in there. We don't want to be playing favorites and setting a precedent where now someone else is going to come in, we're going to give them a better rate. So my biggest concern, other than obviously kids and security and safety, which will be paramount forever, is just the finances. So I know in the packet, these numbers are based off, it says $20 an hour, which is the rental rate is for a Reading nonprofit. So to that, I would say, are you a Reading nonprofit?
Our goal is to move, I mean, our operations exist where the school is. And so our goal is to be in Reading. So yes, I mean, for the year that we would, hopefully for the year in the foreseeable future, we would be a Reading nonprofit.
But you have to file paperwork and do all that kind of stuff, I assume, for that, or what's the deal?
Sure, yeah, we can pretty simply change our address to be in Reading on our articles of incorporation.
So you already have a nonprofit to begin with, kind of thing?
So we filed articles of incorporation for our nonprofit and anticipate being able to receive our 501c3 status. We are joining a national network of Montessori schools called the Wildflower Network. And so through the Wildflower Network, they have about 75 schools. They have maybe 18 in Massachusetts. They're micro schools, so all of them have like somewhere between 15 and 40 or maximum 50 kids. And so through Wildflower, we would become a 501c3.
All right, but you would agree though that if you aren't a Reading nonprofit, that you should be getting the rates that, you know, obviously you're getting a discount for using the thing for 10 months out of the year when we're not. I completely understand that. I'm not going to be like you're paying the flat rate this entire time, because that doesn't make financial sense to us or to you, obviously. That obviously you would be getting a discount based off the amount of hours that you're going to be taking out there, because it's not being used. So like everyone wins in this scenario. But for us to give you a Reading nonprofit rate when you're not a Reading nonprofit just doesn't sit well with me, when other Reading nonprofits, like was mentioned earlier before, the food pantry, the Mission of Deeds, RCTV also is a nonprofit, and three of those people could use Matera Cabin, technically. I don't know if they've explored it, but I mean, the rates that they're charging to be in the places that they're in range from $30,000 to $100,000 a year. And it doesn't sit well with me to see that we're just going to go $3,000 to $5,000 and give the rate being, you know, an out-of-town rate for this. You know, so obviously those numbers can be worked out with conservation, Matt, in you know, it has to work out for you and it has to work out for us. But like, that just has to be checked and kept in mind, that we're basing these numbers off stuff that doesn't currently exist as of right now, and it may not exist into the future. Most likely, you said that you're going to be, you know, incorporating and filing and doing everything else. But like, if we were basing that off as private, you know, whatever, the rate goes up even higher. But once again, discount because you're using it for 10 months out of the year. So I understand there's some wiggle room there. So I just think if you can work on those numbers offline with conservation and Matt to become more beneficial to us. I understand the pilot year, it's hard starting a business from scratch. I did the same thing, no money, and you're gonna hustle, and that's the way that it goes. But it's gotta be fair to everybody, because otherwise we can't sit up here and charge somebody else some other rate in the future. Doesn't matter who they are. Well, we're just gonna have to reduce all our Matera cabin rental rates across the board to kind of, keep things in sync. But like I said, I do like the idea. I like the goal of what you're doing. I like it being more accessible to lower income families, obviously. But that's my biggest thing. If you could work on that behind the scenes and just kind of hash those kind of things out for me, that would be great.
Yes, fully understood that concern. And again, we are right now a Massachusetts nonprofit. So we filed articles of incorporation as a Massachusetts nonprofit. So that is our status. We just haven't yet received our 501c3 from the IRS. And I understand where you're coming from. And as I said, we intend to move our address to Reading because we will be in Reading. And so that is what makes a lot of sense to us. And yes, I wasn't sure, where exactly that conversation about arriving at a final number was going to be had, but of course, we are open to conversation about it, and us just really understanding, being able to start enrolling and knowing what our enrollment is going to look like is going to determine how much we know that we can afford.
Oh yeah, it's a complete unknown, and I understand you're starting from behind the 8 ball. It's July 15th, so. No, I wish you the best, but like I said, it's just going to be fair to us, and it has to be fair to you as well. So, hopefully Chuck and everyone can work offline and kind of work something out that it makes sense for everybody. I wouldn't like to see the $3,000 number at all. That is a non-starter. And I think that now, probably that's not the case either. But if you have 4 kids, I would understand more that is more realistic, you know what I mean? But if magically you have 20 at the start of this year, I don't want to be hearing that it's $3,000 rate or whatever, and it's pilot and all this. It's got to make sense for the next person, not just on this land, for anywhere else that we're doing things in town for people. So I know you're providing a very much needed service, not just for this community, for everybody else. But that's where I'm at. So thank you. I guess I'll open it up to the public now. I'll start in the room, and then I'll get you, Liz. Elizabeth, after I think it's one person. Yep, go ahead. So name and address in 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, evening. Will Finch, 51 Mill Street, and member of the Reading Trails Committee. We've been working downstairs, and we have a garage that's for our materials that are stored down there. I believe also the Town Forest Committee has some materials there. And I definitely can concur that the cabin is often not used. It's empty. I'm retired now, so I'm over there occasionally during the week, and there's nothing going on. So this would be very beneficial, I think, not only to the financially, but also having eyes and ears of kids and teachers in the area to help police the area. Occasionally there's issues that occur that we wish we had more eyes and ears to keep an eye on. Having the ability for a school like this for kids to experience the outdoors, as I have all my life, I can understand the benefit to that. And I don't see that this school would interfere at all with the Trails Committee activities on the property either. So, all right.
Thank you. All right, I will go to online, Elizabeth. 2 minutes, and I guess state your name and address.
Thank you. Elizabeth Joyce, 92 Green Street in Reading.
I've been a resident of Reading since 2018. My husband and I have a newly 5-year-old daughter who, for the past year, has attended 2 forest programs. She has attended the Right Lock Farm program in Winchester part-time, and also the Community Farm School program in Carlisle part-time. My husband and I are both teachers, we're both educators, and we sought out this type of programming for a multitude of reasons that I'm happy to go into if it's helpful to anybody at any other time. But I'm familiar with both of those programs. I'm also the executive director of a nonprofit organization and have taught nonprofit management at Simmons University in the business school, so I'm familiar with that aspect of this as well. I understand, I've heard, I've been listening here, hearing some of the concerns of the committee, and certainly understand, in engaging with anything new in a town that you have to go through that process. I do want to enthusiastically tell you about the amazing experiences that my daughter and the other children in these programs have had, which is why Right Lock, as an example, in Winchester, has a giant wait list and much more demand than they can manage. And I know that they cooperate with other towns and other schools that are looking to find out, because they have been a well-funded program, they also work cooperatively with other groups starting up local programs that have questions about how they've managed risk. Right Lock, as an example, also on a piece of public land, that is open to the public and managing. Melissa asked the question about when you have a school and you do the query on anyone who's there. I asked those same questions when I was thinking about sending my daughter there. So there is good data available to us from a number of local comparable organizations that I am happy to connect you with people at those organizations if that's helpful to any of you in this decision process. Mostly I would say that our kids today, no matter where you fall on sort of the political spectrum or any of that, I think that most of us could agree that our kids are facing too much of the wrong kind of adversity and not enough of the right kind of adversity. And what I mean by that are, the challenges of being outdoors and dealing with the cold or dealing with hikes that feel challenging, those sorts of things. And that's the primary benefit that I see in both of these schools that I've had the privilege of being a community member of in this past year, is that these children are learning the skills, as you said, about your daughters being in camp and wanting to be away from cell phones and iPads and all of that. This type of school is in demand for a reason, and I, as a resident, could not be more thrilled about this prospect, and I know a number of other families in town that are really looking for these kinds of programs.
Thank you, Liz. All right, Joseph, I guess for people on Zoom, it's hard to hear when the timer thing goes off, but just try to keep it to 2 minutes, Joseph. Thank you.
Certainly. Joseph Fleury, 20 Willow Street, Conservation Commission Associate Member. I'm here to express my conditional support with reservations for the pilot proposal by Mulberry Forest School to use Matera Cabin and surrounding conservation land for a forest school program. The school's conservation and environmental values, accessibility, land stewardship, community care, they align closely with the mission of the Conservation Commission. Their nature-based curriculum, rotating outdoor classroom model, show both educational depth and thoughtful care for the land. Forest schools like this help children build meaningful, lasting relationships with nature, and they instill the values of inclusive stewardship from a young age. And programs like this, they also foster early civic engagement, environmental responsibility. I've seen this firsthand through cleanup events, school field trips, town leadership coffee chats, and family events at other conservation properties in Reading, like Millette Soames Morgan, directly behind my home. My 4-year-old finds something new about nature and the environment to ask my wife and me about every time we visit. These types of ideas not only enrich our community, they also open up creative, self-sustaining models for funding board and commission projects, especially as the town considers future budget constraints and a potential override. From the start and following this previously as a resident, not as a new commission associate member in July of 2025, I believe the commission has emphasized the importance of a formal licensing process involving town council, the town manager, select board participation. When the pilot was approved in late June, it was with the understanding that town council and town management would draft a licensing agreement with the applicant and that the commission retained the right to revisit or pull its current support based on final terms. And outside that accreditation process, the DRT and town reviews that are still contingent with the licensing agreement, one key concern I have is the proposal annual fee of under $5,000, even for a pilot program. It's below the published Matera cabin rates, $20 per hour for ready nonprofits. And I personally believe it doesn't reflect the actual level of indoor use during a full 7-hour school day, 5 days a week. Particularly in the colder months, cabin will be heavily used, and we should ensure the town receives fair compensation for clearly defined in-kind value. Space is used by young students, they need regular upkeep, and that impact should be a part of the discussion. I do see this firsthand with my son's daycare classroom. That said, I believe these concerns can and would be addressed through a strong licensing agreement, whether for this school year or for future ones. Clear terms on usage, compensation, logistics, they should be essential. With that framework in place, I support continuing to explore this innovation partnership. I applaud the creative thinking behind this proposal and its alignment with our conservation values. I offer support in principle, contingent on fair and transparent licensing process. Let's get this right for the benefit of the town and for our shared open space. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. Walter, did you want to say something? 2 minutes, name and address. It's hard to hear on Zoom when the timer goes off. So.
Walter Talbot, 33 Pasture Road. I'm also a member of the Conservation Commission. I'm a retired public school teacher, and contrary to what people think, school teachers' #1 rule is responsibility is not education. It's the safety and well-being of their students. And when Mary and her staff made a presentation to us at the commission, I asked very many direct questions about safety. They answered them very correctly, and they're very concerned about the safety and well-being of the students. I'm definitely in favor of them using the Matera cabin. Thank you.
Thanks, Walter. James, did you still have your hand up for a reason? Yes? You're muted.
Yeah, hello.
Just name and address real quick.
James McGovern, I live in Rockport, Massachusetts. As a board member and a retired public school teacher, I became involved in this process and project out of a desire to see a constituency that didn't feel as though their needs were being met. And as a professional educator, I believe my #1 purpose has always been to meet the needs of the community that is in question. So I think this is a tremendous opportunity, and that's what drew me into it out of retirement, I might say. I'm just gonna, my question is, what people are talking about financial issues and I understand specifics are difficult, but I am curious for the sake of our fundraising and targeting various goals. Do people have a number in mind? The people asking these questions? Is there something we should specifically be working toward that would make it fair to you and relieve that stress? Because we are a community-based group of people trying to do right by the world we live in. And we're grateful for this opportunity to be in Reading. So what is there anyone who might have any input about what that number might be?
I guess for me, I can answer that, James. It's whatever the current rate is for the status of the applicant. If on, say you start September 15th, if that's the day that school starts, if you are a Reading nonprofit, you would be getting the Reading nonprofit rate, whatever that is. If you are not, then we are going down the avenue of a completely separate and different rate based off that expectation. So whatever the calculation is on that, I know in the packet, the numbers that we had, all I saw was $3 to $5 grand, and I thought that's nowhere near what it is. And I understand, like I said, there's going to be a break, obviously, because you're using it more. So obviously, you should be getting a little leeway here compared to anybody else. But it has to be within fair and reason with whatever that rate ends up coming out to. So they can work behind the scenes in this. I would think it's closer to the $9,000, $10,000 mark. I could be way off, way under, but like anything under that for me would kind of be a non-starter-ish. But I understand it's the first year pilot program. You have 6 kids or something. I understand it's more difficult to get that number. So it's going to be a scale based off. I'm sure that can be worked into agreement. If you have 7 students, here's what 7 student rate for the initial year is going to be. We'll see how it works out for everybody. If it works, great. You know kind of the rate going forward. So that's kind of where I'm at. There's no set number. You know, it's based off the amount of kids and whatever status you have on that day, to be fair to all the other nonprofits in Reading and everywhere else.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah, Chuck, I guess Chuck has a follow-up to that, James.
Thank you, Chris. So I do want to support what Chris said. That was the same advice we got from town council. So we are near that $10,000 amount. So town council urged us to use our fee rate and to come up with that number so that everyone would know, at least in our group when we had our discussion. So I let Mary know that. And the numbers fluctuated over our conversations, but when we're talking fairness and you're talking about what do we want, it seems like that's pretty close to where we're at. Now, there's people in town that think we can get more, or it's worth more based on what they have their kids go to school and daycare and things like that. I don't choose to go there because this year's a pilot program. And I think that we all have to learn, what can come in and what kind of help we have. So Mary's offering some grant writing if that comes up. And I know there's a couple of opportunities in town that may be, well received. So just getting back to the number, we'd like to get close to 10. If this works out like other communities, we would like more because the town, the Conservation Commission has a lot of work to do. But that's only with the success of this school. So I think that's the hard number.
I just wanted to ask a question. Would this facility need the podium? Yeah. It's not a comment, it's just
Would this facility need its own dedicated custodian? And what does that cost the town, including accommodated costs? If you have a school, maybe not 5 kids, but if you've got, 20 kids and 2 adults using a building 5 days a week, bathrooms are going to have to be cleaned. I mean, things are going to have to happen. And I don't know what a custodian costs us, but I would think you're talking a few $1,000s a month to cover those costs. So I don't know that the 10,000 is enough, but the town manager probably has a better sense of what does it cost. Just like with the senior center, and ReCal when it's expanding, I feel like that, they can have kids pull the weeds, but making sure no one falls on the ice, cleaning the toilets, cleaning the sinks, like we have to cover that.
I think Mary, you had your hand up to respond to that.
Yeah, I'd love to just respond quickly, which is that in our proposal, we plan to clean the cabin every day after use and thoroughly at the end of the week. That's our intention in our agreement.
So I would just assume that, obviously, once again, this is the pilot year, but if that isn't upheld, subsequent years, there's going to be different charges incurring, et cetera. But from reading your packet, I think the janitorial things are the least of our concerns at this point, if I had to gauge it. So.
Could I just add something? Yeah. So I just want to say that since we're using our fee rate, and when we rent the cabin at a minimum of 2 hours, the custodians show up. So that fee that they're paying incorporates the custodians, because we rent it to other people for just 2 hours. We rent it for 4 hours, we rent it for 3 hours, but every time that happens, it goes on the calendar and facilities understands that and they come by and they clean it. So that's kind of built into the system, and what Mary and her team is going to do is extra. So there'll be less work, and that will probably be noticed. So maybe facilities doesn't have to show up or stay there so long. And the plowing is already happening also. And so trash pickup, plowing, and cleaning happen. Now, we were never told that we couldn't use the janitorial services, if that's what they're called, 365 days a year. We were just told every time that we rent it, put it on the calendar so they know to come and clean it. So I think it was thought about, but this is more than, this is more, I get that, but it should be incorporated in that fee schedule.
I'll go to Amy first, real quick. 2 minutes, name and address. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm one part of the school. I just want to say that Montessori, I've been a Montessori teacher certified in 2004, so I've been teaching for 20 years in formal schools and in nature outdoor schools. And a large part of the Montessori curriculum is life skills. And so part of their learning is taking care of their immediate environment, both outdoors and indoors. So part of that is teaching them to take care of their space, and they have cleaning chores, and so they're learning how to do that. So we would, as part of the kids' learning, they would be taking care of, for instance, cleaning the bathrooms, sweeping the floors, making sure that there's space to clean and neat every day before they leave, and that's part of their daily curriculum. So not only would it not incur more work for custodial staff, but our hope is that we'd make it less work for them, because that's part of our teaching with the students, of them being part of their community and really taking pride and respect for the spaces around them. So, and that's part of what we're teaching them, is that before they leave, they make sure that everything that they do is cleaned, if not as well, better than when they left. And so that's something that, we talked about this as staff, that beginning a couple weeks of the year, the school year, is all about teaching the students about, safety, about taking care of environments, what that means to be good custodians in their immediate built environment, as well as now.
Thank you, Amy. Carla, did you have something real quick? 2 minutes, name and address.
Carla Nazaro, Lawrence Road. It sounds like there may be a difference between costs that the town incurs and fees that the conservation is going to collect. So maybe there's a clause in there about potential costs incurred by the town that would be covered. If it turns into a full-time custodian, the town shouldn't have to pay for that, so to speak. But if it's something that's built in, that's maybe a different story. Just my suggestion.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Anyone online? Brian, no. I guess you quit while you're ahead, but we'll go.
Yeah.
So a lot of this talk is about the exact dollar figure. Clearly that's important. We haven't had much chance to talk with them yet, to negotiate, to figure things out. Much like this, there's kind of a out-of-the-box approach to the use of conservation assets. I'm sure we can come up with some creative ideas of how to arrive at a cost. One idea that's been raised is perhaps there's some magic number per child. That way there's built-in scaling. If they have more students, then the fee paid would go up. It's just an idea that hasn't been negotiated. So I think if you're looking for the number tonight, it's premature. But we get the point that we want this to be fair to the town as well as the school. I would say let us work on it.
I think that's the overall theme that you've heard, is that our concerns are safety, security, and obviously the financial aspect of it. So hopefully that can get hammered out behind the scenes, like I said, and it can work for everybody, not just us, for them as well. So. Liz, you already spoke, and I already said we'll quit while we're ahead because it's getting late. But
May I just ask you a clarification question? It's just super brief. You have said a couple of times, are you a Reading nonprofit? And I'm just wondering, just from the perspective of how the state and also the IRS deal with nonprofits, where they recognize them by state rather than town, if you have a working definition of what you mean by Reading nonprofit, just so that that question can get answered.
If your mailing address is in Reading, that's kind of how I would.
A mailing address.
You know what I mean? Like if I did 71 Tennyson Road, my house or something, I start a nonprofit, like that kind of thing, not, downtown Boston or something like that.
So incorporated in Massachusetts with a Reading mailing address.
Yes, I understand you can get a PO box, and now I'm just creating loopholes in this, but it's got to be, it has to be legitimate, that people understand that this is on the up and up, and we're keeping a fair playing field for everyone. That's all. Matt, while we're ahead, let's go.
Quick wrap. So just to be clear, my sense from the board is you want me to proceed ahead with the license agreement. We're talking to town council with moving in that direction. And I sort of put that on hold until select board has.
Yes, and also, I'm saying yes for me, but I'm saying also the school aspect has to get squared away too.
Yeah, and that's a separate process.
Absolutely. Like that, I don't want to say it's a non-starter, but like the school.
We're not going to put extra burdens on them at the state.
No, but like
the state
they have to get.
The Conservation Commission is in charge of this. We're not here to put extra burdens.
I'm just saying we would be starting a school that is all of a sudden bypassing the school route if they don't get accreditation from the school.
And they're going there. From my conversations with the superintendent, they're going to be on the next.
No, I'm just saying that has to be one of the concerns. It just can't be that.
We're not here tonight to tell them what to do, though. That's my concern, and it's getting late to your point.
No, but you can tell me what to do. So I'm going to just proceed and go ahead. So thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
I think everyone's on the same page here, how we feel with everything, and we'll see what comes of it.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you all for coming and showing up. You know what I mean? It means significantly more when people come, from the program. I expected you just to be here, Mary. So having everybody else obviously shows that you're a lot more serious about this than I thought.
I agree. Thank you. It's very late.
Yes.
Well said. I agree. Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
Do we want to take a break, or are we powering on to the next item? Does anyone need 2 minutes?
I want to skip the next item, please. Motion to.
Which is the next item? I'm going to take it
Discuss forming a
seriously.
water and sewer.
Yeah, I would say defer to, second. It's late.
You're skipping that one. Budget requests.
I'd like to skip that one too.
We can't skip the budget.
Why not?
I disagree with skipping, because Chuck is here and conservation.
Well, Chuck, you're not going to like what I'm going to say, so you can stay.
So we'll move on to discuss and vote on board and committee FY26 budget request, page 72 in the packet.
Should we have point of information. Should we have a real motion to table this item? Because I don't even think Karen got a chance to weigh in, and I didn't hear from Melissa. But I'm on board with that, but we should probably just have a formal motion to table until another meeting.
I don't think we
discuss forming a water.
She's right. Procedurally, that's what we should do.
Okay.
We should just get it in the minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Right. So
I second Carlo's motion to postpone table for
water and sewer rate discussion committee, whatever that is.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none. Melissa.
Yes.
Carlo.
Yes.
Karen.
Yes.
Other Karen. Chris. Yes. I'm sorry. All right. Page 72, and the big thing on that is, yes, it starts at 72, all the combined numbers, but the emails and everything follow that.
Right.
So Matt, did you have any?
Well, it's just the typical request we make every year. The way we've done the budget the last 4 or 5 years is that instead of breaking it out by committee, we have a lump sum under a select board item, and then the select board gets to choose what the amounts are. The thinking behind that is some years, some boards and committees will need less money, some will need more. So it grants you more flexibility to give certain boards and committees what they want. So I had sent an email out to all the chairs. This is the feedback I got. We have $20,000 in this line item. The total request was $29,480. So obviously we can't meet every request. And I put in what we did last year at the bottom of that summary sheet, so you see where we were last year. So pretty simple, but you would need to decide.
Carla, did you want to start?
Oh, sure. So obviously the more is requested than we're allowed to give or award, I guess is the right word. But so seeing these amounts and I like that conservation, historical, forest, I think there was an email, but they put what the money was for, and climate just said $1,000. So yeah, I wish they gave us a little bit more detail. I don't know what climate needs money for. I guess we gave them money last year. I don't know what they used it for. That's not here. So for me, I would scrap that altogether. That's only $1,000, not a big deal. Given the conversation tonight, conservation at a minimum I would cut in half. Sorry, Chuck. And then historical, get rid of the 5,000 or give them less. We have to, A, we have to get to 20, and B, given our budget constraints and we want to set a good example. So historical, maybe, I don't know what and I know what the 5,000 is for, but what does 2,000 get them, I guess, would be a question. And then trails, I get it, they're always, is it the same as last year? Yeah, trails the same as last year, I would cut that in half as well. We all gotta feel the pain, sorry. That's just my recommendations.
You didn't,
Chuck,
you didn't say why you wanted to cut us in half. You said because of the conversation tonight.
Yeah, given if you get some income, that'll offset what we.
So, okay, so if this works for the school, if it doesn't work for the school, where are we?
I would still propose to cut it a bit.
So.
Because you're the highest ask, too.
We are the highest ask, but we did not come in, so, you know, I don't wanna argue, but I'm just gonna say, like, you know, the conservation, certainly with the money we got last year, we were able to attract a school like the Montessori Forest School into our properties. And we're using that money to help the town. I understand you wanna cut it, but I would ask you just to, at least look at what we wanted to spend it on and cut it on something that you don't think is needed, rather than just saying, hey, half is where we want to be.
Yeah,
I think Brian had a presentation, and maybe that should be
Not a presentation, but.
No, I can appreciate that, and regardless of the school, I would be advocating to cut this. We have to cut 9,000, right, no matter what, to get to the 20. And then we want to set an example, at least I want to set an example as a board, that I'm talking about override, we're talking about budget, that guess what? Not everyone's going to get what they want this year. And so if I had to pick one item, and I don't know what is in the detail of it, signage and kiosk is a big ask, $3,000. I understand invasive management, that's an ongoing thing. Material cabinet improvements, put that on the school. Fence repair, negligible. Landscaping, negligible. So the big asks on this is the invasive and the sign. I wouldn't say cut all 8,000, but this is just me talking, Chuck, not to everyone else. But everyone's going to take a hit, in my opinion, in this categories.
So can I actually join the conversation?
If you want to just come up. Sorry, Brian.
That's fine. So what I want to say is kind of in line with what Chuck was saying about the individual items and where you would see that there was room to cut. I think you have to remember, I understand, I sat through the financial part, I understand you guys are gonna have some constraints, you're all gonna have some constraints, but that doesn't necessarily mean that conservation gets trimmed 50%. I think it's important to remember that conservation until recent years didn't have a budget. So we are far behind because we didn't have money to spend until the past 3 years or so. And so we're at a deficit as a starting point. Now, let me just talk to the invasive management for a minute. That's a follow-on to the tens of thousands of dollars we did this year in beginning the process for restoring Bear Meadow. So if we did that work for tens of thousands of dollars and we don't work on invasive management for it, you lose the benefit of the thousands of dollars we just spent. So that makes that more important. Likewise, with things like the signage and kiosks, that's been an ongoing campaign we've been doing to slowly, over the years, update the signs. The signs are originally from the 70s. They're these brown wooden signs that the Boy Scouts occasionally update, but we've been gradually moving them over to the town format. If you look at the sign at Matera and Pinevale, they now look like a town building sign. That helps with the image of the town, the pride that the residents might have in conservation, as opposed to seeing it as a negative. We want to educate, we want people to see us as a helpful organization, not just the committee of no. And so just a blanket, cut it in half without considering those things, I don't think is a right approach. There's a phrase that we always use when I used to work for a living, fair not equal. And so that's the idea there is, it doesn't mean you have to cut it by 9,000, whatever. Everybody takes an even trim. What's fair? It doesn't have to be equal. What's fair?
Right.
And since we are behind the 8 ball for all the years where we didn't have a budget and we couldn't do the ongoing maintenance and the ongoing projects, we're at a deficit and there's deferred maintenance to do. So I don't think it should be an across the board, everybody gets cut the same thing. I think we have a reason to be looking for this money. When I started this, I didn't know the financial constraints we're going to be talking about. So I was asked to put together our needs. This is not wants. Wants a funny word. But these are our needs, and these are overdue. The section on the tools, we had various cleanup activities, and we're begging people to bring tools. Right now, we're begging people to bring sprinklers to water the new plantings we just put into Bear Meadow. That's $18,000 worth of plants. If they all die from the heat, the money is thrown away. So these things are necessary in order to maintain what we've been doing. This is not new pie in the sky. This is a continuing plan.
No, I get it. Your conversation started off great until you said the word but. I mean, there's other organizations here that also need money. I'm not discounting your work or what you're asking for, but you went a considerable amount over last year. And I understand the invasive part. And this is just me talking. I don't know what the other 4 have to say, but everyone's going to feel, I want to call you pain. Everyone's going to, cut back a little bit, because even though if we cut this 29 to 15, right, that's $5,000 less than we allocate. Yeah, that's a drop in the bucket. But if we don't set the right example for the tone that we've been talking about, then we're not doing our job. I'm not saying you take the biggest hit, but you have the biggest ask. That's all I'm saying.
Biggest ask this year, but there have been past years where town forests $100,000.
Right.
Because it's fair, not equal.
Yeah.
That's what
I totally hear you, and it's late, but that's where I'm coming from. That's all. And if you get $3,000 to $5,000 from this school, that's a win.
It's an
you guys.
Don't go to 3 to 5. Say 10.
Well, not for the first year, no. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. It's just, for me, we could pick a number, 20%, 30% of your asks get cut, but you gotta start somewhere.
I just think, Brian, that we have 20,000. The total amount requested is 29,480. So someone's going to end up unhappy. And yeah, I understand you're here advocating once again, which is phenomenal. But we got to cut $9,480. So
at a minimum.
I'll get to my portion. I guess Karen, you can go next.
I just, I learned something recently, and it's not true of all commissions, departments, but I understand the Conservation Commission is able to bring in revenues for the town through permitting fees. I kind of was aware of that. I just didn't put it all together. Do you have any idea how much you guys brought in last year?
Yeah, probably 20. We had a few big projects. But I could check on that, but
so what happened to that money?
So our fees go
I guess you're gonna come up, Chuck, if you're gonna
Oh, sorry.
go long.
It was late, I forgot myself, sorry. So our fees have two parts, the state side and the bylaw side, which I call the town side. Through statute, the Conservation Commission is in charge of the state fees, but they can only be used for office expenses. So what we're talking about here and what's on that chart that Brian Bowe presented is not part of anything that we can use the state fees for. The town fees go into the general fund, and that's just how it is.
So I'm not making a case one way or another, but it is that I don't like this system. This is a new system. I don't want our certain boards and committees having to come beg us and you know, duke it out. This is insane. But I did want to make the point that they're bringing in money. They brought another revenue opportunity to us, which might, you know, fingers crossed, might help. So it's even more strange that you would say that you're so far behind in the funds you actually need when you're actually bringing. So it's something we could also add to our budget discussions. And that's why I asked, you know, what's the scope? How much is it? It's not the only department. Rec also brings revenues in. And so but it's something that we can talk about going forward. And
it's true, and it's something you need to think about. 4 or 5 years ago, Matera cabin was just a cabin, and the field was just wooded field that no one took care of, and we didn't have Millette, Psalms, and Morgan. Conservation is in charge of taking care of Millette, Psalms, and Morgan. It has some money left in a grant, so we're getting some help with that, but we're still doing a lot of friends of Millette, Psalms, and Morgan. Chris Haley participated in one of our work days. That's what we're gonna do to take care of those. So what we have a lot of land, and now we have assets on those lands, and we need to keep those assets in a usable, safe condition. So our asks, as we keep using our money to improve our land, is only gonna come up. So it supports what Karen's saying. This system may not work in the future for conservation because, and maybe for other groups too, because we have a deck. A deck is being built on the back of Matera cabin. I'm doing that through a grant and through volunteers. That's no problem. But now we have an additional asset. We have the cabin, we have a deck, we have a pavilion, we have a cart path to it, we have, you know, 2 pollinator gardens, one at Matera cabin. So we have all these things, and all these things need something. It's not like the pollinator guy gets a little bit of a budget so we can keep going, and this is part of the money that we're putting out there. But I'm gonna end this with this thing. The Trails Committee, the Town Forest Committee, and all of our land use partners, we're friends with. So I don't want to take their money either. So I can tell you, Trails definitely needs so much more money. They can spend what they asked for in 1 week. And I think we did it 2 years ago. So it's just tough. It's tough all around. I appreciate where you guys are at, but you know, that's the reality. Thank you.
thank you.
Karen, did you have a thought? Not,
Well,
I meant
we
the
only-
other one. But
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. I'll finish up then. Okay, it's a little hard to make $20,000 request.
That's all we got, though.
$20,000.
That's-
I'm not in favor of not using this full budget because I've asked for it to be increased. Unlike every other line item, this hasn't increased since it was created 3 or 4 years ago, and that's a concern because what in this world hasn't gone up a little bit? So I mean, maybe we can wait on the sign. I mean, but I'm concerned about the invasives, and I don't want to lose the headway you made. And I know climate advisory is out there going to events, so leaving them funless isn't like the greatest idea, and it's minimal. Maybe the archiving could be reduced a bit so they get some of it done and some of it done next year.
Still not enough.
I know.
Still not enough.
Yeah, I know.
You're still.
So
get the scissors out.
fair enough.
That's what you
We
gotta
only
do.
have 20,000, but are we at least in agreement that we can get this budget spent? We're not trying to like save money here.
Me personally, I will spend.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, 5,000. You know, if it was 5,000 every week, different story, right? I'm okay with the 20.
Okay.
So get the scissors out.
Can I ask a question?
Tell me what you want to cut.
Yeah.
Yes, Melissa.
So in the note that we received from the Climate Advisory Committee, they mentioned that they didn't spend their money last year. So do they get to keep it? Does it come back to us?
It would go back to free cash if they don't spend it.
The fiscal year already ended, so.
Right, last year must have regenerated the free cash then.
That's where my mindset is moving the 1,000 from climate because they didn't use it before to conservation.
Yeah.
And then simply
Yeah.
the prior year's numbers, they're all listed there. That's what I would agree with. So meaning.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, Chris, as well.
Conservation got $6,000 last year. We're now moving 1,000 from climate to that up to 7 and keeping all the other numbers identical. I mean, if conservation got $7,000, you can do invasive and then figure out what else and then come up with a sign when Montessori gives us $28,000 or something fantastic. It leaves you in a somewhat okay position, but we have to cut somewhere. We'd all like to give you more money. We understand the trails, the amount of donated work that these people do is $30,000 maybe a month at some point. It's like, I'm cognizant of this kind of stuff.
Yeah, we're all have to get paid.
We only got $20,000.
We don't get paid, so we like to
The
get paid.
select board has no number on this.
I can
We're
agree
a shade
with
of
that.
yellow.
I can agree to that, so we can move on. I like that idea.
I
It's a
have
good
some
idea.
things to say.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Go ahead, Karen.
You're saying we're moving on. I'm like, wait a minute.
I said we can move on.
Oh.
I'm not
Karen.
I'm not the chair. I'm not the chair.
Karen, go ahead. You have the.
Thank you very much. I don't think it's fair to climate advisory to just knock them off just because they didn't spend their money. I think that if anything, cut them in half, but they're not here to defend themselves either. And so, yes, they had an opportunity to provide an email, which I believe he did, but I don't think that's fair since they've gotten money in the past.
What's the money for? I don't know.
That's not to us to decide, you know.
Well, everyone else spelled out what it's for.
It's in your packet. It's the next page.
He's on the next page and it had something to do with new signs and things like that, but if we're gonna give them money, we have to trust they're gonna use the money on something that's worthy of it, and since they didn't spend the money this year, we shouldn't penalize them this year for not spending it last year. If anything, we should thank them for not spending it last year because it went back in the fund. So, for me, I'd spend it all, but I think you're all pretty aware that I would say that. Having met with the Forest Committee and the Trails Committee and all the progress they've made, and it would be a horrible shame to have everything go reversed. And I think that at a minimum, keep where it was last year if we're not willing to raise any of the money, and figure out a way to work with them on different ways for them to raise more money. I don't think us just saying, no, you're not gonna get it and leaving it there isn't gonna help the committees that we're charging to take care of our town. You know, these are really important parts of our town, and to just say, you figure it out, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's us supporting them at all. So that's my point of view.
But where would you want to cut? You never mentioned cutting anything. You have to cut $9,480.
I said, I think that if at a minimum, we just leave it where it was last year. And then we have discussions with them to figure out how we can help them figure out how to make things work for what they're looking for. So if there's grants that they need people to write for them, whether they have them on their own committees to write them, or if they need someone from the town to help them, you know, put out bids to people that may not even know that the Conservation Commission needs a sign. You know, maybe someone's willing to donate the money to them. But if nobody knows about it, how do they know they need the help?
I just think that, to other people's points about conservation, if you cut it down to what it was last year, which is $6,000, they can do invasive, which they said is critical, fix a fence and get some landscape tools.
It's all critical.
No, but like that I assumed if we gave conservation $6,000, they're doing the invasives. And I'm not even on conservation, and I know that's what they're gonna do with the money. Like, so what else are we cutting there? That means like Matera cabin doesn't get improved. Like, I think it's.
Sometimes Chuck is out there on Friday nights. He installed that fence up there.
No, we're not discounting the fact that the town runs on volunteers, and some of these people we don't even know are doing the things that are being done out here, and the amount of money the Boy Scouts and all these ones are saving us. That's like every other day they're doing something out there, and then the the mission group or whatever is going to be coming in doing all that stuff. Next, like, all of these things aren't factored into these numbers, which would balloon into hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right, the pollinator garden, I know for a fact, at Birch Meadow was done by a resident. He made all the what are they called? All the pollinator balls at his house. Himself, thousands of them.
We subsidized him last year $500, and we'll do the same.
Right, and that's great, but like to the point, should we keep it at 20, keep it the same as last year, or cut climate in half? That means someone else is gonna get 500 less. But it's we all want things, but we don't always get them. So I agree with you. They didn't use it. They should be punished. I don't consider it a punishment. I don't know how much $1,000 gets you for climate advisory. So the other ones, there are open space. The archivist. That's a big ask, $5,000. I don't know if that gets the whole job done or part of the job done. I don't know.
I think that stems from ARPA. There's some of that money that ARPA, the historical, I think, used for that, and now it's carrying on. But like,
well, that's definitely a want, not a need.
I think all of us are in agreement that that's going away.
I know they all used ARPA money, and I think that it's our job, or it should be a goal, to try and help them figure out how we can help fund them now that ARPA money is gone. Some places still have ARPA money that they're spending, but to just cut them off and say, well, this is all you're going to be able to get. I think that if you're the liaison to the company, to the committee, take an initiative, meet with them, figure out how we can help them raise this money somehow. That's my point of view as far as a liaison to the committee. This is the first I'm seeing of any of this. I know I met with the town forest committee with Karen, and they would love 50 grand because that's a yearly thing, and trying to talk about how to help them achieve that so that every year they don't have to keep revisiting, start all over from scratch trying to get money.
I think they're coming to town meeting, or something is in the works for that too, getting their own line item. And then obviously if they go away, then that's more for the other ones that are here. We got to cut $9,480. Like, that's where we're at. So maybe to split the difference, we move 500 from climate over to conservation and keep the numbers the same as last year. If we can all get an agreement on that.
I can get behind that. I can do that.
Carla.
Yeah.
For me.
Melissa. All right.
Yep.
Motion
Is there public comment, please?
Oh, sorry. Forgot, Angela. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, wait. Did I already do public? I think so. Anyway, go ahead, Angela. Name and address, 10 minutes.
Yep, Angela Binda, Orchard Park Drive. I have served on the Historical Commission, and I know it's materials. They're not, these aren't for salaries. And both my boys are Eagle Scouts, so I know the work they do. I would hope for $9,000, really, I would ask you to go back to town meeting and just say, can we take $9,000 to fund this? To be saying, we need to cut 9,000 when we just allocated millions of dollars for recreation. I think you need to think of this, that a lot of this is recreation for people who don't play sports. Not everybody plays a sport. There are lots of people who depend upon hiking, walking trails, walking their dogs. These sorts of passive recreation is just as important as the fields are for some people. So the trails, the town forest, the conservation, those are really important. The climate advisory, I don't know, I'm guessing that it's just supplies that they need. I know that the Historical Commission used to have $1,000 for supplies before this came up, before this system came up. And, think of what we spent. I won't go into particulars, but think of what we expected to spend on recreation this year and what we ended up spending hundreds of thousands of dollars more than we thought. So I think that, millions of dollars for recreation this year. So to kind of be saying we all need to tighten our belt, we need to pull in $9,000 from these committees and town departments, that maintain our natural spaces, which are recreation spaces for a lot of people. I would say, please don't even try to cut. I think that they've been, they're probably very conservative in what they're asking for. Go back to town meeting, ask for $9,000. 9,000 is really a drop in the bucket. You shouldn't be fighting over $9,000. And these are hardworking committees and commissions that really, I know that they only ask for the bare minimum and they get so much volunteer time. So please fund what they've asked for and please ask for the rest from town meeting in November. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Anyone else online? Jane is online? Jane?
Not online. If the board approves this 20,000, I would like a moment to take a stab at the other 9 and then come back to the board.
Yeah,
before we have to
it's not on the agenda, so we can't start exploring all these other options, but offline, you and Matt can see what you want to do.
Okay.
But like,
Thank you.
yeah, we got 20 grand. This is the motion. We're still all in agreement, moving 500, keeping the numbers. Is that how we're at?
That's the $9 grand then. Okay.
Well, I mean, we're voting on the 20 grand.
For now. We can plan on this for now.
Yes. All right, so Karen Rose Gillis, you have the motion, you fill in the numbers, so it's 500, followed by 6,500, followed by 1,500, followed by 6,500, followed by 5,000.
Yep.
And they don't have to worry about them and the extra 9?
No,
that's not too.
Move that the board allocate funding for the following boards and committees. Climate Advisory Committee, $500. Conservation Commission, $6,500. Historical Commission, $1,500. Town Forest Committee, $6,500. And Trails Committee, $5,000.
Second.
Seconded by Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none. Melissa?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Karen Herrick?
Yes.
Karen Rose Gillis?
Yes.
And Chris Haley, yes. 5. I don't even know where we are on the agenda.
Tracking method.
I ask that we table the next item as well.
Discuss tracking method. Well, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. See none. Melissa?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Karen
Yes.
Rose Gillis? Chris Haley, yes. Liaison reports. Are we skipping this?
Motion to skip liaison reports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
It's just going to be longer next time.
That's only for you, Karen, and nobody else.
Did someone say second?
I seconded it, yes.
All right, any discussion?
No. Melissa?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Chris, Karen, yes. Karen Rose Gillis. Is that a yes?
You gotta say
We need
yes.
yeses.
I'm gonna not go.
And Chris Haley, yes. Future agendas are in the future. Anyone do we want to add that or are we skipping?
I'm comfortable with
In the
all the
future.
features that we've
All
got right now.
Everyone's good. We don't have to skip. Anything, Melissa, future agenda?
No, I don't see anything else or can't think of anything else that needs to be added.
I got more of an update. If where does it stand with the master plan committee with us and CPDC? How's that going?
I got
That's
no
more of an
clue.
update. So that would Matt or someone, you're the chair.
Yeah, no, I met with Heather last time, but I don't think there has been any movement beyond that. I think CPDC was charged with kind of feeling things out, and obviously the chaos that's erupted around that is on CPDC itself with other
schools. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I
But I think we
mean,
need to get an update.
yeah, no,
We can put an update on for the
We want
future
to form this
agenda.
committee.
It's a court.
Right.
Didn't you ask last time for an update on RCTV? And I thought it was going to be in Matt's.
It was, it was going to be in liaison reports, I thought. Melissa
Oh,
said.
we'll do it next time.
I don't know.
Any other future agendas? All right, discuss and vote and approve prior meeting minutes.
Who had changes?
Good to me.
I didn't send anything over.
I just found one, Next Step Ministries is called Next Tech Ministries. It's in the second set of minutes.
Oh, I have a change. Not that's me, but it was brought up that
Oh, sorry.
So what,
First set of minutes is second.
first
set.
set,
Go ahead, the
so
first.
are you on the first or Karen's on the second? So we'll start at the first. Do you have anything on the first?
Give us a second, let me double check. So I don't hold things up.
Just a note, we received a suggested change on the first set of minutes for the 10th. I'll bring it up on the screen right now. It's what's highlighted in red right here.
And who sent that?
Carla Nazaro.
That's the one I was gonna mention, yes.
Okay,
So that's already there, thank you.
yep.
Typically, I
So
would
wait,
like
now we
to.
let the public,
Well,
like,
that's.
edit our minutes?
I was gonna mention.
Listen,
I was
I'm in agreement with you, Karen. I don't think that we should be allowing the public to change minutes, but if Carlo is willing to change, if Carlo is gonna loophole this, which
I
it's a
was at the
loophole.
meeting and Carla was not in that cohort of in favor. That was, she made a public comment and she wasn't,
So is it in public comment then?
yes.
Okay, okay.
But I agree, we shouldn't be letting the
Okay, no,
public
that's
send
fine. A couple
suggestions.
times residents have
Absolutely.
said, oh, can
No,
you
I
listen?
agree
It
with
was
you.
too late, okay.
I agree. All right, so that's on the first set with that addition. Everybody seems good.
Yep.
Melissa, yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, first we'll start on that one, Karen, for the motion for that as amended.
I think, did Karen have a change on, oh no,
It's
she
on the
said it's
second
a
one.
name
We're
of
just
a
on the
business.
first one, yeah.
Okay.
Motion to approve the meeting minutes of June 10th, 2025 as amended.
Hang on one second, just because I can't find it again. Can,
This is just the first
Maddie,
set.
I know, I can't find it. Maddie, can you do a search on next space tech and just make sure I got the right set of meeting minutes, because I can't find the change.
Next
I
space.
think it's on the second set.
Okay, I just want to make sure we change that. If we vote by accident, I just want to make sure we get it correct. And I'm having a hard time finding it.
I don't have the word step as being in our minutes other than Stephen Crow.
No, you have to search on next space tech.
Oh, you wanted to say.
Yeah, and I can't do that. My computer's about to die. I'm gonna get a new computer on tax-free day.
Technical difficulties. Next Tech Ministries is on page 100 of the packet, which is on the 24th minute. So you're good for us to change it on that one.
It's a typo.
Yes.
So it should be next tech?
No, step.
Step.
But we're voting.
We're good.
Yes,
on-
yes.
Yeah.
Move to approve the meeting minutes of June 10th, 2025 as amended.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none. Melissa?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Karen Herrick?
Yes.
Karen Rose Gillis? Chris Haley, yes. 5-0. Next set of minutes, we just had the typo thing fixed. So just, anyone else have any changes?
No.
Seeing none. So Karen motion as amended.
Move to approve the meeting minutes of June 24th, 2025 as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none. Melissa?
Yes.
Harlow?
Yes.
Karen Herrick?
Yes.
Karen Rose Gillis? Chris Haley, yes. 5-0.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Behind the eight ball. No discussion. Melissa?
Yes.
Harlow?
Yes.
Karen Herrick?
Yes.
Karen Rose Gillis? Chris Haley, yes. We are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
5-0.